Oh. All right. We're going to have to time out Adam already. What's going on, everybody? Let's see.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, I want to turn your attention to some reporting that has completely surged into the national spotlight here about Epstein, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. So I'm going to put a paragraph from Axios right up here on the screen. FBI Director Dan Bongino took a day off of work on Friday after clashing at the White House with Attorney General Pam Bondi over their handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. 4 sources familiar with the conflict told Axios. It also goes on to say that Bongino didn't come to work Friday, leading some insiders to believe he had quit, but administration officials say he's still on the job, even as the internal tension over the Epstein case continues. So as it relates to this whole saga that continues to unfold, can I have...
Yeah, fucking Pam Bondi is making it seem as though these FBI directors are covering up for fucking pedophiles. I'm sure they'd be pretty pissed.
Your reaction to this reporting that we just saw?
Yeah, Brian, so first of all, dissension and disarray inside the Trump administration? Who could have seen that coming with rock solid characters like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, really? So, here's the thing. The Epstein story has been taking up a lot of oxygen, and it's not just because folks on the left are interested. It's because MAGA world has exploded because they feel like maybe they've been lied to. I mean, let's face it. We saw this question asked by one of the Fox network anchors of Attorney General Pam Bondi. What about the Epstein client list? And she said, it's on my desk, with the only logical inference being, it is about to be released. That was what the Trump administration was signaling over and over again until there's no client list, which makes no damn sense. You wonder just how gullible some of, MAGA world can be. But now it looks like there is a blow up between Pam Bondi, Dan.
You keep getting unsubbed? I have no idea. There's a lot of people who say that keeps happening to them. I don't know why the fuck YouTube does that. It's really weird.
Dan Bongino, perhaps Kash Patel. And I read the Axios reporting, and I have to tell you, this is probably my favorite part of that reporting. They said, and this is quoting sources who appeared to be part of this meeting, quote, Pam said her piece, Dan said his piece. It didn't end on friendly terms, said one person briefed on the heated discussion. Bongino left angry, the source said, and the report.
By the sounds of it, the Trump administration was making all this big noise about the Epstein files and shit. And Bongino and that other FBI director, Kash Patel or whatever, the crazy fucking guy, Indian. It sounds like they were true believers. And they were also hyping up all this fucking stupid bullshit story about Epstein. Then when they actually got a look at the files, they realized, oh, they'd been lying that entire time. And now that they have to just say, there's nothing here, Pam Bondi and Trump are making it seem as though, again, they're complicit with this whole pedophile ring cover-up story. So, and CNN just did a thing where it looks like this guy's considering resigning.
This breaking news, sources tell CNN that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino has told people that he's considering resigning amid a major clash between the FBI and DOJ over the continued fallout from the release or lack thereof of the Jeffrey Epstein memo. Joining us right now in files, joining us right now on the phone is CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, what more are you learning?
Yeah, Fred, it remains to be seen if he actually follows through with what he has told colleagues. But what we do know is that Dan Bongino has told people he is considering resigning as the deputy director of the FBI over the fallout that has continued ever since this memo was released last Sunday. The anger inside the MAGA base has only continued to grow instead of going away, as some officials inside hoped it would. And now our colleagues, along with Christian Holmes, Tanner Rabinowitz, and Evan Perez, we're hearing that he's considering resigning after they had this heated confrontation with the Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of this earlier this week. And basically there was a meeting at the White House where the FBI Director, Kash Patel, was there, the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. They were questioned about whether they were part of a story, that there was basically some infighting over how this came out, and this memo that said we're not going to be releasing any more information related to Jeffrey Epstein. And I should note that we are told Bongino denied leaking any story to this outlet that it was reported on. But there has been a lot of fighting between Attorney General Pam Bondi specifically and the leadership over at the FBI.
You know, it's so bizarre. Like, they had won the election. I don't know why Pam Bondi would have lied about the Epstein files, like, oh, we got the client list, it's on my desk. Why still lie if you already won the election? It's just retarded.
Over who's to blame in this situation.
Hey, Gabe, what's up?
I think the context here is obviously Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. They came from this MAGA world where they themselves had pushed a lot of questions about the so-called client list that Epstein had beforehand. And now the MAGA base is just not pleased or satisfied with what they've said in this memo that came out unsigned from the Justice Department and the FBI on Sunday night. So what we are told is Dan Bongino did not show up to work today, that he is essentially not there out of protest. But whether or not he actually follows through on this still remains to be seen. We're still reporting that out. But it just speaks to the backlash that the White House is very much feeling and understanding after this memo came out, despite President Trump the other day in the cabinet room asking, who still cares about this? One thing we know is the MAGA base certainly does.
All right, Caitlin.
Reporting is he just didn't show up for work the next day because, why would thousands of FBI agents need the deputy director to actually come to work if he's a little bit ticked off? This whole thing is, I think the legal term I would use, a shit show. And it goes to show that there are these juveniles who are in charge of things inside the Trump administration. And the last place, Brian, you want juveniles to be in charge is a place like the FBI or the Department of Justice.
Okay, so here's the thing that I'm having a lot of trouble with, because within the right-wing media ecosystem, there's a lot of consternation, mostly focused at Pam Bondi. But we've seen the extent to which Pam Bondi has contracted every ounce of her autonomy over to Trump. And so I guess I would pose the question to you, granted, with the caveat, of course, that this is all just, our opinion here. But to what extent do you
Dodo Donate Tellers, good morning, VG. Weird. Very weird. Yeah, IDF babes are pretty goddamn cute, gotta say. You can't make up your mind. That umbrella could come in handy. Revival of the Gulag. Russia's State Duma passed a law creating a network of special FSB prisons. The authors of the bill are literally restoring the powers of the Soviet KGB. These prisons will operate outside the regular prison system with no obligation to report to correctional authorities. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, the people who left Russia when they still could are pretty smart.
Your life is not over. She will die. Your life is not over. Your life, listen to me. Back up. Hey, back. Crossfire, watch crossfire. She died. What's going on? Hey, stop. Stop. Stop.
And there goes his brain. Well, that's some good work. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You think that the buck stops with Pam Bondi versus the buck stopping with Donald Trump, who of course is above her and who has a little bit of conflicts of interest here in terms of the fact that there are tons of video and photos of him with Epstein. Epstein, of course, called Donald Trump his closest friend for 10 years. And so, there's obviously an incentive for Donald Trump to want to bury this stuff. But going back to the question, who is most responsible here? Is it Pam Bondi, as a lot of these folks are saying, or is it someone above Pam Bondi?
Yeah, well, first of all, Donald Trump coined a new presidential phrase, if you remember, some years ago when he said, and I quote, "No, I don't take responsibility at all." That's not exactly what we expect or need in a president of the United States. But it doesn't seem like anything Donald Trump says or does, no matter, how obvious the lie, no matter how inconsistent he is from day to day, none of it seems to stick to him as far as MAGA world is concerned. So if MAGA world needs to be upset with somebody for the Epstein debacle, and I don't mean the crimes Epstein committed, I mean the debacle that is the way the Department of Justice and the FBI is presently handling all this, they're either going to blame it on Bondi, or if it's more convenient, they'll blame it on Kash Patel and Kash Patel.
Oh, dude, especially if he resigns, it's just what Trump does. He blames everybody else. Dodo, donate $2. Kill that motherfucker.
When this biker was cruising in the forest, he almost got injured because
oh yeah, the tripwire
of a cable trap. That's when his friend received the news and he spotted the perpetrator in the wild forest.
Yeah, I was on a Reddit forum once with dirt bikers, and the guy was up in Ontario, and his friend got fucking decapitated by one of those wire traps. Like, it's fucking insane. These people are fucking psychos, and they need to be fucking killed. Chances are the reason he did this is because he's one of these fucking Karens who's like, I live 2 miles away, and I can kind of hear some of the fucking two-strokes a little bit in the afternoon when I'm trying to drink my tea, and this fucking wacko just goes out and tries to kill people.
The biker is inspecting the area when he notices another cable trap in the perpetrator's leftovers, in which he finds an axe. The biker pretends to run away, but in reality, he is just making the plan for the next move. Climbing a tree, what happens next?
Yeah, there's that motherfucker.
When this biker...
Yeah, what a piece of shit. There is no true Scotsman. Let me see. FDA has just fully approved Moderna's mRNA COVID shot for use in children. What the fuck? Is there a single person left in the administration who's in a total... Oh my god. Doctor? I'm assuming... Yeah, PhD. There you go. He's not a doctor. Yeah, no shit. Gee, I wonder why they do that. The Epstein client list is on my desk. What desk? Yeah. They're just all retarded liars, dude.
Thought that I would be offering an apology to Jeffrey Epstein. I think of all the times I've maligned that guy, all the times I've accused him of crimes, of blackmailing people, of trafficking children to powerful figures around the world on behalf of global intel services. And then I learned yesterday from Attorney General Pam Bondi that's totally untrue.
Yes, yeah.
The guy killed himself after 36 days in prison for no reason. He was a billionaire. Mm-hmm. He had no clients. He'd done nothing wrong other than get like naughty massages 20 years before. And the guy killed himself, another pointless death. And then his best friend, former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, doing 20 years in prison for no crime. There are no victims.
Yes, it's a victimless crime. They're obviously persecuted by the state.
Yes.
They're political prisoners, really. It's The Hague should come in and do an investigation, or we're watching one of the most systematic government cover-ups of all time.
Yeah, just another thing that's going to hurt Republicans in the midterms. But good, they fuck themselves over. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And SJWS say all cops are evil.
Yeah, they say that, and then if they got their way, they'll realize all the darkies in their neighborhood are probably more evil. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I got some nasty comments on this video that I had to remove. But here's the boys doing nothing.
How exciting you two are.
Oh my goodness. Oh, look how round Maui is, and look at Joey, so sentient.
This is great YouTube content. I know people are going to love this. It's probably going to go viral.
Oh my god.
Very exciting stuff, guys.
Oh wow.
I appreciate the content. Still not working, though. Still not
What a handsome
contributing,
boy.
not paying rent. All you do is eat and poop and lay around.
Oh my goodness.
And to be honest, the engagement from the recent videos that I've made of you guys have not done well either. So I don't know what to say anymore.
Oh my god.
I love you.
Oh, there he goes.
Are you kidding me?
Well, those are some good kitties. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Appreciate it.
Patel and Dan Bongino, who seem to be on the other side of things, because remember, when they were podcasters, they were apparently all in on the conspiracy theory and demanding things be released, and now it seems like there is a split between Bondi and perhaps Patel and Bongino. But it seems like the buck never stops with Donald Trump, and his base, his supporters, will never deign to criticize him or disagree with him, regardless of how, transparently false or ridiculous, whatever he's saying is. So if there's going to be a scapegoat, it's going to be Pam Bondi. And if there is any pressure, and Donald Trump feels the pressure, I mean, does anybody think that Pam Bondi won't be introduced to the undercarriage of a bus?
Right. Right. It's the perfect point. And we've spoken about this before, the extent to which Donald Trump has no allegiance to anybody other than himself, in the same way that he's discarded Kayleigh McEnany and Michael Cohen and George Papadopoulos and Gordon Sondland and Ronna McDaniel. He will continue to discard people the moment they lose their political usefulness. Pam Bondi is a placeholder. She is there to serve as an extension, an appendage of Donald Trump. And I guess if she pushes back and to create a national scandal, now, I mean, Donald Trump is basically telling Pam Bondi in broad daylight what she should and should not be investigating or prosecuting. He's gone in front of the DOJ and offered up a list of names, including Mark Elias, in terms of people that he would like to see investigated or who he feels wronged him in some way.
How's it going?
And so is this focus on Pam Bondi misguided?
I don't think it is, and God help me if I'm going to say, looking at this from the MAGA perspective.
All right. This is some stupid shit.
Black in the
And Greg didn't pick up on this. The Rock is likely lying about having coronary artery disease.
Flex valve in the artery, yeah.
It's not looking good. He needs to come off steroids. Somebody comes into the hospital with shortness of breath. Oh, I'm experiencing pain down my left arm. Shortness of breath. Okay, let's start by doing a rectal exam. Bend over. Damn! Is that really what you want to do when the bro is complaining of what symptoms of a heart attack? And so why are we doing every other test other than actually treating what he has? Coach Greg, in today's video, The Rock has coronary artery disease. Now, The Rock has come out in a video and he goes over this. He explains this, but he refuses to accept it.
A guy like Trump would go as far to discredit his ancestors and even his family.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How many years have I been saying The Rock needs to come off steroids?
Well, we'll get into this more. Mark Hyman is a quack. Apparently, he is in fact a medical doctor. He's just a physician. He's known as a quack. He sells like health and wellness supplements. Pretty sure that's how he makes most of his money. But he promotes stupid shit like, cholesterol is fine for you, saturated fat's good, low carb diets, that sort of horse shit. And why in the hell would The Rock go on his podcast? It makes no sense. So this guy has a net worth of like 800 million or something. He's like the most well-paid actor in Hollywood right now. Why is he on Mark Hyman's podcast, some dumbass random health and wellness influencer? Like this is a paid promotion.
Oh my God. Richard, you have to try these. I'm gay.
Texas barbecue, pink Himalayan salt, falafel. Are these dried lentils? Or... yeah, are these like dried? I'll look into that. They're good. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
Steroids. And is it possible The Rock's 100% natural? And I have made a shirt to say the exact odds of this. Unfortunately, he seems to be following in his footsteps. And so he made a video with Dr. Mark.
So this, again, is a paid promotion.
The Rock himself has never even made a good film in his career.
I don't know why the guy is as famous as he is. Every single movie this guy has ever been in has been garbage. They've all been terrible. So I don't know. It's really weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Saw 7 to 11 had those viral Dubai chocolates. Was considering on buying one until I saw it was $20 for a fucking chocolate bar. You would have to be a total tard to pay $20 for a chocolate bar that just looks like it has guacamole in it. And I love guacamole.
Apparently Dubai chocolate is a scam.
I have been seeing Dubai chocolate almost everywhere. It is notorious for its exorbitant pricing.
Isn't it just chocolate with pistachio butter in the middle? I don't know why that makes something cost $20, but it's just marketing. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
An indulgence. Every influencer is eating it, every store is trying to sell it. Dubai as a city is known for being luxurious, so this food is basically acting as a portable mascot for the city. This is one of the most hyped up pieces of food I have seen in such a long time. Dubai chocolate at its core is a hollowed out candy bar filled with pistachio, tahini, and kadayif. Now normally these three ingredients are combined with each other to create the dessert knefe, which is actually the original name for the Dubai chocolate. And on paper, Dubai chocolate sounds like something that even I'd enjoy. I think this sounds like a pretty good idea for a candy bar. There's just one thing bothering me though about Dubai chocolate.
Really, even Moana?
I've never seen Moana, but since it's like modern Disney Pixar, yeah, that probably sucks too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Chocolate. Dubai is a desert because Dubai as a city has no chocolate, no pistachio. They don't even have any grain to really make this unless they import it. Well, this...
I've been jerking off in the shower at university, and someone reported it and the police did a semen sample. And I had to go to every dorm room at school and apologize to all the other students, and they were all laughing at me. I'm humiliated. What do?
I mean, they're probably all jerking off too. Maybe you could break into somebody's dorm and steal one of their turds. You know, like if there's a party and somebody forgets to flush, you can steal a turd and then put it in the shower and then accuse them of shitting in the shower, and then everybody's attention will be drawn to that person shitting in the shower, and everybody will forget about you fapping in the shower. Thanks for the donation, though, Shower Fapper. Just don't get caught stealing somebody's turd, because then it'll probably be even more embarrassing. Thanks for the donation,
This is
though, dude.
when I have to come to you with a horrible truth. Dubai chocolate is a facade. As a matter of fact, Dubai chocolate is a lot like the city of Dubai itself. On the outside, it presents itself as very luxurious, the best the Middle East has to offer, and it's heavily promoted as such. But if you actually try it, the reality of your world crumbles fairly quickly. Dubai chocolate is originally made by this company called Fixed Desserts. That's why they called it.
Can't get Connefe of it.
That's just what it was originally called, and they just so happen to be a company in Dubai. So the really popular chocolate bar from Dubai, we'll just call it Dubai chocolate because honestly this name kind of sucks. But the way they promoted this bar in the first place was they gave bars to influencers so they could try it out for videos. And what made this bar work specifically was just because of the sound it made when you bit into it. I cannot begin with how common I see these Dubai chocolate videos, or excuse me, viral Dubai chocolate videos. They always say viral Dubai chocolate. I don't know why.
It's that viral Dubai chocolate.
Finally trying the viral Dubai chocolate.
I came across someone who was selling the viral Dubai chocolate.
Do Gary Yarovsky still believe that vegans still don't need to take B12 supplements?
Does he? I have never heard him say that. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Dragon.
There's something influencers have to do where they have to call it viral Dubai chocolate every single time. They can't just call it Dubai chocolate. I guess it's like algorithmic favor somehow.
I made the viral Dubai chocolate.
Viral Dubai chocolate.
Viral Dubai chocolate.
Viral Dubai chocolate.
I don't really know what the inside billing is.
I don't know why, but every single time I heard an influencer talk in these videos, they always called it viral Dubai chocolate. It had to have the word viral in it somehow. And a popular aspect of the viral Dubai chocolate is just how it looks and how it sounds. And by that, I mean these bars will always have the
Potatus Bambus donated $2. Oh my god. Wow. That is a potatoes. That's a potatoes longus. That's just a plain potatoes.
You have to be degenerately fucking retarded to eat guacamole. It is so disgusting. It looks like you're eating someone else's throw up. Just eat slice avocado. Why the fuck do you have to make it look like literal green shit? It even tastes like shit. Too gross.
I also prefer eating just avocado slices. Never been a huge fan of guacamole. Like, I've made homemade guacamole that's better. But yeah, store-bought guacamole is fucking horrendous. Thanks for the donation, though, ew. Oh. My goodness. Oh, look at the turtle. Oh, that's a happy turtle. Ow. That's a nice turtle. Wow. Big kitties. Oh my god. That is a big cat.
So if I have to make my TikTok debut, so do my cats. This is Hector.
Oh.
And this is Alpine.
Oh my god. Hector is very large. That's like Gummy big. Might even be bigger than Gummy. Jesus Christ, that's a big kitty. Oh my god, look at him. It's amazing. Thanks for the donation, potatoes.
Most filling ever.
Jesus.
There's nothing more appetizing to me than a chocolate bar filled with Shrek's diarrhea pouring out of it. Listen, I'm not saying anything I'm looking at here right now looks appetizing to me, but it's just so hard to look away. Like, I sat through so many of these videos just trying to get, like, influencers eating this chocolate bar, and every single time I see them biting into it, it's like an infant eating sugar for the first time. Like, the combination of pistachio and chocolate sounds good to me, so why do they make it look so disgusting? I'll tell you why. It's because of the ratio of chocolate to filling. One of the big things that made the original Dubai chocolate popular in the first place was just because it had a lot of filling. It was filled with a lot, and I mean a lot of filling. So every single Dubai chocolate has to have so much filling inside of it, because that's how you get the money shot. Okay, you might have noticed this picture of Dubai chocolate. I'm going to enhance it for the video real quick. Look at the ratio of chocolate to whatever that filling is. This doesn't even look like chocolate. This looks like something served.
Wonder how it actually tastes. The weird crunchy noodles are weird. Like pistachio butter sounds nice though.
Out of a bodega. And this is one of the tamer examples. You look at some of these videos and you just like, I look at these influencer videos and I understand how...
Dude, I fucking hate influencers. I think the majority of content being made is for like 15-year-olds, and it's all like the most garbage, brain rot, annoying horseshit. Like, they should, I don't know, they should just ban kids from using fucking social media. Things might just be better that way.
It works as like an influencer food, but how do you eat this as like a normal person and not get sick? And because I'm not that active on TikTok, a part of me is just really confused at how influencers work. I am missing the step between making a TikTok account and being sponsored by a company where you bite into giant chocolate bars and drink giant cups of tea for I don't even know how much money. Why are there so many of these people, and where do they come from? Like, I'm asking, like, for real, where do these people come from where they're able to pop out of the fucking ground and eat Dubai chocolate bars? Why are there so many of them? Who is giving these people food? This guy doesn't even look attractive and he's still getting a giant fucking cake to shove in his mouth. How does that work? Speaking of influencers, you know what else is pushed by a lot of influencers too? That's right, Dubai itself. Where better to try Dubai chocolate than from the motherland itself? I mean, sure, Dubai chocolate is already good, but imagine if you can get Dubai chocolate from Dubai. That must taste amazing. There's only one issue.
Dubai is a complete shithole. Never go there. Anybody who tells you otherwise is a lying idiot. Zero reason to ever go to Dubai. The city is dog shit. Every other major city on the planet that you can really go to for a tourist destination, like New York, Toronto, you know, whatever, they're better. They have better public transit infrastructure. Yeah, Japan is a great example. They have better public transit. The city is nicer looking. The weather is generally better too, because it's not literally a desert and gets up to like 45 degrees. The shopping, like, what are you gonna find in the fucking Middle East that you can't buy, like, in New York? Nothing. So there's no reason to go there. Food. Why would Dubai have better food? There's just no reason to go there. The only reason to go there is if you want to see a really tall building that you can't do anything at. It's really, really tall. Okay. And what? They have that, like, they have the aquarium that you can take a roller coaster through. Who fucking cares? Like, Dubai is just fucking stupid. I'm not going to Dubai because I'm poor. I'm not going to Dubai because I might literally get my head chopped off there for blaspheming Islam. And it just sucks. Thanks for the membership, CDG.
Issue with that though. Name another food that comes from Dubai other than Dubai chocolate. You can't, because there isn't one. So you have someone like this guy who's going to try out every single dessert in Dubai. But guess what he tries out? He tries out chocolate and pistachio, chocolate and pistachio, chocolate and pistachio, and finally churros with chocolate and pistachio dips. Dubai has been waiting for a while to have some sort of culture that isn't just the worst of what Western engineering has to offer. Now they have their own parody of Western food, and like any good satire, it has a little bit of truth to it, but this is all they have.
I had to go all the way to Dubai just to get this, but I have it now. Let's open it up.
This is like the only truly Dubai thing you can try out in Dubai, and even Dubai knows that. But they don't really care though. They're willing to put the same dessert 4 times in the same video. But it is called Dubai chocolate for a reason. The actual original Dubai chocolate is only available in Dubai. That's how it got its name. You can only get this at Dubai. You can only get the original Dubai chocolate in Dubai. Nowhere else. I mean, there's this elaborate ordering process you can do, so you can say you got the actual chocolate bar. I'm not paying $20 for a chocolate bar. But its name and promotion by influencers has made it look like this luxurious item that can only be attained in the wealthiest city in the world. It is the food of luxury, and everyone wants it. And somehow, everyone has gotten it. Question, how rich is something if Costco is able to sell it on a mass scale? Another question, are the ingredients in Dubai chocolate really that much more expensive to make than a
Jurian Ryder.
regular chocolate bar? I mean, chocolate's already really expensive. Okay, excluding the actual chocolate itself, let's look at the ingredients of Dubai chocolate again. First, there's the main ingredient, pistachio, which actually pistachio is pretty pricey, but also a lot of that price has gone up due to the demand of Dubai chocolate. This chocolate is so in demand that it is single-handedly increasing the price of pistachios.
Weird.
The other ingredient, tahini, is also pretty expensive, but I'm going to go out on a whim here and say most chocolate bars...
Bootycom donated $2. Let's all learn how to draw a box.
Alright, so today we're going to be doing a little bit of draw box practice. Starting on lesson 1 was lines. Over, I forgot. The ruler on the page, and the sound.
Why does he have his camera on the right side where it's covered by his palm? Why wouldn't he put it on the left? So you can see the pen. Is this guy a retard or something?
The pin's going. That was 4, I think it's the last one. Come back to this later.
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
That are referred to as Dubai chocolate do not use tahini. In fact, instead of tahini, I bet most of these companies use oil and sugar instead. As a matter of fact, some of the more expensive Dubai chocolate bars still use stuff like food dye in order to give it its color. I mean, companies are going to be companies and find the cheapest possible way to produce this stuff, but I haven't even gone to the final main ingredient yet. I'm talking about Kadayif, the thing that gives Dubai chocolate its signature crunch. This is a stringy decadent used for desserts, but it also has another name that's a little bit more unflattering. Unleavened bread. And if we're being even more unflattering, this is just shredded wheat. Not to be classist or anything, but I feel like a filler ingredient like grain being put into such a luxurious chocolate bar kind of nullifies the high-class status of that chocolate bar.
Then we've got this creamy, crunchy filling on the inside, which is a mixture of pastry, of pistachio, and all things good in the world.
You tell me that it's
basically shredded wheat and chocolate. Is that right? Am I kind of?
Yeah, that's what we've got.
Okay.
The sort of shredded wheat.
I mean, this alone is probably why so many companies are even able to replicate this chocolate bar in the first place. Two of the main ingredients in Dubai chocolate are just oil and wheat. That's really easy to come across. The only real ingredient you can't replicate in Dubai chocolate is pistachio, hence the shortage. I mean, there's also the chocolate itself, but when you hollow out an entire bar with this is. Now, the more to make than a regular chocolate bar, I'm going to say no. Okay, urgent in the US. This is not a drill. This is happened. Now, I estimated the Dubai style chocolate to be around $11.50 in my video, but that is no longer the case. It is $15 now. That's right. It's
probably not even worth it. CDG donators, look at this. Watch for a whole 5 seconds and look at the girl next to her. She smells it. Would you smell that for $10,000? Sure, for 10 grand, why not? Thanks for the donation, CDG. Death of Rabbit donators, take notes, VG, so you can aspire to reach a mere percentage of this man's autistic ability. Correction, I mean artistic. I don't know, I feel like my drawings are better. But thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. CDG donators forgot the timestamp 1050 to 1055.
Fala-me Deus.
For 10 grand, I guess I'd smell it. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
There are reports that Israeli intelligence may have been running Epstein. Israeli spying has long been a problem in the US and Trump has no political principles.
There's literally no evidence whatsoever Epstein had any relationship with Israel or Mossad or any intelligence agency. None. I also don't know what the hell you mean Israeli spying in the US is a problem. It's not. China spying on the US is a huge issue. Russia spying on the US to a lesser extent is a big problem. Israel spying on the US, no. Thanks for the donation though, James.
More expensive than I estimated it to be. I don't have the research to back this up, but I'm just going to assume a lot of this pricing has to do with the fact that it's Dubai chocolate rather than the actual ingredients, because again...
So overall, I think value for money is poor. £10 in a bar doesn't work.
I mean, if you really want to, just crush up pistachios and mix it in with chocolate if you really want this combination. I mean, that's what it is. But these companies, they're able to make Dubai chocolate. They're able to make it, mark it up.
This has to be like an American thing. I haven't seen any of this shit in stores in Canada, like anywhere.
And sell it like there's no tomorrow. And the original creators, Fixed Chocolates, they're not able to see a penny of profit from any
Hyman. And so is he in fact still a virgin? Has he ever in fact had sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky? Perhaps he has, I don't know. What I do know is he's a yes man. Perhaps I would like to call him a simp. A simp for The Rock. Because he literally stood there and talked to The Rock to his face, and he didn't address the elephant in the room. If you suffer from coronary artery disease and you have the narrowing of an artery, and you could suffer from a heart attack, a stroke. Should you be abusing performance-enhancing drugs? Should you not even address this? Should we not even talk about this? Now, consider this.
Well, honestly, if you can't be jacked, what's the point of even living?
Dad, he talks about it. It's the start of the video. Oh, he had aches and pains. He refused to treat it. He refused to do anything. What happened? He ended up with cancer, and he died in his 40s. And so, what do you think is going to happen to The Rock? Now, remember, this is not something I want to be right about. I don't want to be right when The Rock doesn't make it to the age of 60. I don't want to be right about anything. I want The Rock to live longer than last time.
Well, technically, you can't have kids and be a virgin. All you need to do is jizz into a cup. So, in theory, he could be a virgin and jizzed into a cup and artificial insemination. CDG, donate $2. Please watch the entire thing. This is in the New York City subway. Fuck me, dude. Spitting lunatic subway creature. I think that's enough. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
But if you abuse performance-enhancing drugs to the extent of this, especially after you have coronary artery disease, it's not going to end well.
There was what looked to be some stuff inside the,
like a buildup of
like
what
a
they thought was
buildup,
plaque.
what they thought was plaque in the circumflex valve
in the artery. Yeah,
bro.
So here's another discrepancy. He's saying they found a buildup of plaque in the circumflex valve. Your valves don't develop plaque. Your arteries do. So it sounds to me like he was offered a paid promotion to go on Dr. Hyman's podcast and promote his health and wellness brand. And he was given some lines to say, like, oh, talk about, like, X artery and mention a heart valve or something. And because he doesn't know anything about this shit, he fucked it up. So what he's saying about his own condition doesn't make any fucking sense. And Hyman had to correct him. Oh, you mean the artery, not the valve. So I think The Rock is making this shit up. Again, if this guy had a health problem, first of all, why the fuck would he have any interest in even mentioning it? Two, why the fuck would he mention it on some dipshit's fucking podcast? It doesn't add up. This is a paid promotion. I don't know why anybody's taking this seriously. Ugh.
First off, the video of the guy drawing a box with the lines and you called a retard, was Oluwale and it was his YouTube video. Second, don't skip. Watch the whole thing, it's funny. This is Oluwale's brother.
They're literally doing pole dancing. Dude, public transit just sucks. And it's all because of these degenerate fucking assholes. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Valve.
In the artery, yeah.
Bro is a living heart attack. He's a survivor. He's lucky to be alive, and he does the dye test. It shows a narrowing of his left circumflex. The doctor knows this. He's seen it. And so he's doing bullshit tests like a stool test for gut microbiome. You have a dye test showing the narrowing of the arteries, and you're ordering a stool test. Oh, let's do an MRI. Let's scan the entire body. We already know what he's got. It's not looking good. He needs to come off steroids. Why don't we do exactly what needs to be done?
Because there's no problem and this is a paid promotion.
Somebody comes into the hospital with shortness of breath. Oh, I'm experiencing pain down my left arm. Shortness of breath. Okay, let's start by doing a rectal exam. Bend over. Damn! Is that really what you want to do when the bro is complaining of what symptoms of a heart attack? And so why are we doing every other test other than actually treating what he has?
I got this gut issue. And he was like, what's going on? I said, I've seen doctors and I can't quite nail it. I can't quite fix it. It's in my digestion.
I've seen the doctors. I can't quite fix it.
Hexacorn Terry says nothing wrong with simping for Israel, simping for Palestine on the overhand.
Yeah, as long as you don't simp for Palestine, you're pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ninja Please, No Chiller's new game trailer looks bizarre, but original, not actual gameplay, though. Shark Dentist. Must perform dental work on anesthetized sharks, but if you mess up, they might wake up in pain and rip your head off. Okay, that's weird. Could be Menti to play on stream. Thanks for the donation, Ninja Please.
Let's go from one doctor to the next and see. It's gotta be my digestion. It's something I ate. It's my gut microbiome. You've got the dye test. You already know what it is. Is it possible he also has irritable bowel, that he has diarrhea and so on? Sure. But that's not going to end him. Why don't we focus on the main problem first? This makes no sense. The Rock needs to take this seriously, but like anyone else, most people, he's living in denial.
No, he's living in a lie. He doesn't have any health problems. He's just making this shit up because it's a paid promotion.
You don't want to face up to this. Let's do everything possible to mitigate these circumstances, but not say, hey, you know what? I can't do what I've been doing. I can't always look like The Rock. We've seen other WWE superstars go about this. Remember Batista? He looks significantly smaller. And why do you think that is? He's no longer abusing performance-enhancing drugs. What about Triple H? He literally suffered from the Widowmaker.
I feel great, and that's the odd thing, but I just can't crack it. Yeah. And he said, I'm going to introduce you to a friend of mine. His name is Dr. Mark Hyman.
And so he came to him with...
Sure. This is a fucking paid promotion. So, Mark Hyman is just a physician. He doesn't have any specialty. He's not a cardiologist, not a gastroenterologist, nothing. He's just a physician. Why? And where the fuck is this guy's practice? Is this it? Let me see his Instagram, see if it links to co-founder Cleveland Clinic, co-founder Functional Health. My favorite health products. Oh. So this guy makes all of his fucking this guy makes all of his fucking money through just, you know, bullshit. Where is this guy's Andrew Huberman? Medical and Scientific Advisory Board. That is a bad sign. Andrew Huberman. So, yeah, this is just a fucking scam. Is this all, like, online remote bullcrap? So they don't even have a... There's no, scans. So they don't actually have, they don't have a clinic. It's all remote. Ultra Wellness Center. Where is it? Nearby Canyon Ranch. I just want to know what state it's in. Where? Let me see if I can just find it on Google. It's in Vermont. So it's in New York State. So The Rock, who I'm pretty sure lives in like California, went over to New York State to find some random jackass who's known as a fucking quack online. Yeah, okay. CDG, donate $2. You have to watch this for 6 seconds, else she breathed it in without realizing.
So to test your budget saving tips, let's do the out.
CDG, donate $2.
Gary did say you don't need B12.
Egg eaters. And there is no shortage of vitamin B12 in the vegan lifestyle either. Because B12 actually comes from bacteria that naturally exist in our mouth and...
Okay, well that was 9 years ago. So he's wrong. He was wrong about that. I don't know if he still believes that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon. CDG donate $2, skip to 145. What in the fuck is this shit you're sending me? Okay, that's gross. Those girls are gross.
Now listen, you queer. Stop calling me a crypto Nazi. Let's stop calling names you in your goddamn face, and you'll stay plastered.
James, your name is Toby. I want to hear you say it. Your name is Toby. You're going to learn to say your name. Let me hear you say it. What's your name?
Kunta Kinte.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
And Spec King of Israel.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible.
Required to support Israel is financial support. You, even guys, we should pray.
I couldn't fucking care less. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Gut issues. He's gone to several doctors. He just can't figure it out. Something to do with his digestion.
And you had said very succinctly, you had said, I'm not going to treat your symptoms. I'm going to go deeper than that. And I'm going to treat the root cause.
Yeah, so this is clearly a paid advertisement
of what's going on.
And so he said, look, I'm going to treat the root cause of what's going on. Functional medicine. Is he a quack? Is he legit? Well, let's see what he did.
What we found was, rather than just sort of like giving you symptomatic treatment, we dug into the why. And we found out that you had taken an antibiotic for something you had.
I had the same exact thing. I was on several courses of antibiotics. I had pneumonia, bronchitis, and so on. Perhaps you all remember this. And it, in fact, affected my gut. I ended up with candida. I was shitting harder than last time, or actually softer, much softer, and a lot of it. And so I also had gut issues.
I had an E. coli infection in my knee, and I almost had my leg amputated. I was on IV antibiotics because it was a bacterial-resistant form of E. coli. And I was on 3 different antibiotics for 3 months through an IV in my arm. And then I also had a month-long course of amoxicillin after that. No digestive problems whatsoever. Didn't do anything to change my digestion. Never in my life have I taken antibiotics and had digestive issues.
Yay! He solved his gut issues. This is fantastic. But what about the heart? Now, if you had to pick between heart issues and gut issues, hey, let me shit myself every single day.
I was never a medication guy. Like, I wasn't taking any kind of medications or anything like that. And even now.
Cool story. The guy who's injecting roids in his ass on a daily basis isn't a medication guy, sure.
As it relates to my heart.
And so he isn't on any medications whatsoever.
Notice the word choice there, as it relates to my heart. Yeah, you're on some type of medication.
He's 100% natural. I'm sure he's not on testosterone or anything like that. And so he's not on any meds. But let's examine the heart.
Okay, where's the colonoscopy line? Let's do that. And hey, here's the cardiovascular workup. And let's look at the heart and let's look at all the valves and things like that.
He speaks about they looked at the valves and so on. What he's talking about is he's saying they looked at his coronary arteries.
Everything looked great. And then there was what looked to be some stuff inside the...
Like a buildup of
like
what
a
they thought was
buildup,
plaque.
what they thought was plaque in the circumflex valve.
Everything was great, and then suddenly it wasn't. A buildup of some plaque. And so there was a narrowing of the left circumflex vessel of the heart. And so there's some plaque. He doesn't specify.
CDG donated $2.
Hello everyone. Welcome to our channel, Muscle Girls. You can see this beautiful and strong girl. Her name is Ayane Takenaka.
Why are there Indian guys making videos?
How is your economy going now after ripping that leech off?
Pretty goddamn good, dude. It's nice being able to keep the money I make. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon. Yeah, why are there Indian dudes making YouTube channels about muscular girls? Really weird.
Muscle girls, you can see this beautiful muscular woman. Her name.
I don't find her attractive. The Asian chick was better looking. Fucking great. That's wonderful.
Wayne's the best.
She literally looks like a beached whale. I don't know who the fuck are, like... You need a serious help if you're watching that unironically. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Specify exactly how much, I wish I would know. If there was perhaps 90% or more, it would literally be a heart attack. And in that case, they would need to stent him, and I'm certain they would have spoken about this in this video. And so we don't know, but we have to assume it's less than 90%, but perhaps it's getting close. Close to a heart attack.
I always hear the main two. Yeah. That's what you hear.
Yeah.
But for the...
So, dude... Rich Piana. How old was he when he died? I think he was close to 50. When did he fucking die? Yeah, died at 46. They did an autopsy on Rich Piana. Like, Rich Piana was on all the steroids. Literally all the steroids. And he did not have the healthiest lifestyle. We know that. He did not have substantial narrowing of any of his arteries. So I don't know why you'd assume somebody would have heart disease just because they're on steroids. The Rock may not have any substantial narrowing of his arteries. I think he's close to 60. Isn't he like 50 or no? I think he's like 53 or some shit. The principal risk factor is cholesterol. If his cholesterol is low enough, he's not at high risk for heart disease. I don't know why Greg's making this assumption. And again, this is clearly a bullshit paid promotion. Like, he's saying buzzwords. I remember when we talked, you said, you're going to treat the root cause and not just treat the symptoms. Like, are you fucking serious? Why is he on Mark Hyman's podcast? Like, this guy is not going to show up on anybody's fucking podcast unless he's getting paid. So it's a paid promotion. This is just bullshit. CDG donate $2. What if I watch it with a boner? You still have problems. You need to be medicated and locked up. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Those listening, like me, I was unaware that we also have a really important one that goes around the back, the circumflex.
And so he was assuming there's only arteries left and right, but there's certainly front and back, lateral, and so on. And so one of them was starting to get blocked.
Well, let's get you on this medication. It's a multi-month medication, and here we go. And I thought, God. And I was so hesitant because I wasn't taking a medication. So then I called you.
Right. I will take various steroids in high doses, but I don't know if I should take medication that the doctor prescribed me for my heart. That's a little iffy. Let me just think about it as I'm drawing my steroid needle and injecting it into my ass. I don't know, that medication might be risky. I'm a little afraid of taking medication my doctor prescribed to me. I'm only comfortable with taking, like, illegal, illicit steroids that I get on the black market. I don't know. Sure. Again, he is just saying this, you know, because he's paid to say it. Vegan Dragon $2. Now that you don't live with anyone who stops you, will you do that Muhammad placard stunt in public now? Well, I don't know about right now, but there's a good chance I'll eventually do it. I want to make sure that I have some security measures set up first. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
And so they said, you know what? Based on what we're seeing, you should be taking this medication. It's important. It's an emergency. You need to start it. And he's thinking, well, I'm not on any medications. I take nothing. And so I'm hesitant to take these medications because after...
I can guarantee you, with the amount of steroids he takes, he's absolutely on ancillary medications. So without a doubt, this guy's on blood pressure meds. There's no fucking chance this guy was blasting steroids the way he was blasting and wasn't on blood pressure meds. Like, I mean, especially for Black Adam. Like, bro, for fucking Black Adam, like, look at this motherfucker. This guy was fucking blasting. If this guy was doing the shit without blood pressure meds, like, he'd be bleeding out of his fucking nose constantly and, like, literally passing out because his blood pressure's so high. There's no chance. So, not only is this guy on steroids, but he's on, I can guarantee you, a number of ancillary medications, one of them being blood pressure meds. So again, he's just lying because this is a paid promotion, and I don't know why Greg isn't mentioning this. Why would he be on this Dipshits podcast if he wasn't getting paid? CDG donated $2. Why is this happening? Okay.
But it's not as
Alright, great. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Will Mage donated $2. Donald Trump cosplaying is an illegal alien law. I wonder how we would handle a literal alien, you know. Because they would technically be in the country illegally. Do you think the US government would literally demand aliens apply for a visa? It'd be kind of funny. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
After all, I'm The Rock. I don't take anything, except perhaps Zoa Energy.
I said, Doc, listen, here's what I got. I'm not indicting anybody. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but what do you think?
And so rather than taking the medication that the doctor suggested he takes, he thinks, I'm going to call somebody else, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to call fucking Hyman. Really, really weird name. Imagine having a last name Hyman. Who lives in fucking New York State? Like, and the Rock lives in California, right? So apparently he lives in Beverly Park in Los Angeles. And he's lived in Hawaii, Bethlehem, and Miami. That's gotta be... I've never even heard of it. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That's gotta be when he was younger, maybe. But, why would he call up a doctor literally across the whole fucking country? Like, the guy can't find a good enough doctor in fucking Los Angeles?
If I call somebody else, maybe they'll say, I don't need to take it. I don't want to take it. And so let me hop from one doctor to the next until I find a doctor that says, no, it's all right. You don't need to take it.
Let's get a scan done. Here's the report from our head cardiologist, who's a very good friend of yours, and he said, looks great. It is just an anatomical thing.
And so let's just unpackage this load of nonsense. It's an anatomical thing on this AI scan. The first scan says, hey, you need to take this medication, and it's important. You need to do it right away.
So, Greg doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Those sorts of dye tests, they detect whether or not there's turbulent flow. That could be from a blockage, that could, just be something that just happens because of the way the artery's shaped or whatever. Dodo donated $2, let me see.
What do you think about Palestine, sir?
What do I think about Palestine?
Yeah, what is your stance on Palestine, sir?
It's too complex, okay? It's too difficult.
60,000 people dead in 20 months is complex.
It's very complex. Right?
It's easy for you to say because you're not the one getting bombed, sir. Free Palestine, sir. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Fuck Zionism. Zionists need to get the fuck out of East LA. I don't know why you're in East LA, sir. I don't know why you're in East LA. Free Palestine. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Fuck Zionism. Fuck Zionists. They're pieces of shit. Fuck them.
Hopefully that guy gets shot. What a fucking loser. Yeah, I'm gonna go tough talk a fucking elderly man for no reason that I don't know. Okay. What a dipshit. Black electrician. Is this guy gonna get shocked? Well, that is electricity.
الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم من وجدتموه يعمل عمل قوم لوط فاقتلوا الفاعل والمفعول به الموجب والسالب. جروب بدر تقول انت موجب ولا سالب؟ طب انا مش عارفه ايه. طب انت اقتلوهم الفاعل والمفعول. الصحابه كلهم اجمعوا.
Yeah, this is Palestinian State TV, right? Yep.
على قتل اللوطي.
Yep, they do that.
My mind, I'm hearing cocaine call, telling me to beat the dealer to deliver me stuff. Keep it a secret for my wife, 'cause she thinks I don't use drugs. There I was.
How to save your friend front row parking. I just honk at him, get him the fuck move. I don't care if he's high on drugs. Oh yeah, these fucking dumbasses. Palestine action destroys Balfour painting. Why aren't these backwards savages locked up? Fucking retards.
To now, there's still like a little bit of lingeringness there where I'm afraid to eat meat. And I don't ever want to be afraid of something. I just don't. When I go to a grocery store and I'm like, oh my gosh, like ground beef or like fish tacos or something like that sounds so good and I
This person has 284k subs and only got 2k views in the last 24 hours? Why does she even upload? Who the fuck? So is her channel just botted to oblivion? It says 1.6k videos. So she deleted all of her fucking videos? Why does she even bother uploading? What a fucking attention-seeking whore. Fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Aliens are a different species too, even if they are more intelligent and mean no harm. If they crash on planet Earth and need first aid before they can call for help to be picked up, I'd say, hunt them for meat. They are not human too. Netet answer.
Yeah, I ran Name the Trait on Andrew Wilson, and he basically bit the bullet and was like, yeah, it's okay to hunt intelligent aliens. Like, it's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon. ABC donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my goodness, that cat must taste nice and salty. Oh, what a nice salty cat. Oh yes, cats are nice and salty. Oh yes. Lick up all that salt from the cat. That's a nice salty kitty. Oh, that is some good salty kitty. Oh yes. Oh, that is good. It's funny how the cat's just sitting there. Those are really pretty deer. Thanks for the donation, ABC. CDG with more absolute fucking AIDS videos. Can't you, like, just get obsessed with turtles or something? Like, how about just watch turtle videos and not this?
Andrea, ponte bien que vamos a mirar.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Vegan Irishman donated $2. Intersectional feminist, not vegan by the way, also a Palestine supporter.
So, 2 weeks ago, I posted a can of La Colombe s'mores iced latte on my Instagram story, not thinking much of it, just talking about how delicious it was.
And then I found out a Jew made it.
And then I got mass DMs from vegans telling me I'm not a real feminist because the label on the can said it was made with whole milk. I was told that I support the rape and torture.
Oh, okay, this went in a different direction than I thought.
Of female cows, and therefore shouldn't speak on any social justice issues, and that I am a hypocrite and that my morals are inconsistent.
Yes. If you claim sexual exploitation is wrong, then you should be against sexual exploitation of any kind. That would include sexual exploitation of animals. You dumb bitch.
So let me be clear, I take no issue with vegans. I take issue with the ones who think it's appropriate to shame people for what they consume.
Like, what does vegan even mean? If you're going to have the standard that no one can force their beliefs on you. Like, if we live in a society with rules, you know, there's this thing called human rights. I don't take any issue with people who believe in human rights, but I take issue with, you know, the human rights activists who shame me for, like, raping children and, like, the fact that I enslave black people. Like, if you believe in human rights, that's fine, but don't force it on anybody. The whole fucking concept of human rights is predicated on forcing people to adhere to human rights. Like, it's just so retarded. That's the whole point of having these moral standards. To force it on others. If you can't force it on somebody, then what good is the fucking belief? Just retarded.
When there is no human way to ethically consume anything under capitalism. Not your coffee, not your phone.
If she believes that, then why is she a feminist? If it's okay to, like, rape and murder animals, and then, like, well, no, she's saying it's not okay to rape and murder animals, but there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so anything you do is morally equivalent to anything else you do. Okay, so you're fine with women getting raped and murdered and abused? Bye-bye, feminism. I guess you're okay with women getting fucking raped, because no ethical consumption under capitalism. Who cares if people like Andrew Tate sex traffic women? There's no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? Like, this is just a college-aged, brain rot, fucking entitled bitch.
Not your goddamn oat milk. We're all doing what we can. Shaming people for what they eat doesn't make you more ethical. It just makes you insufferable.
You are one to talk. Dude, the amount of surface area on her fucking face that I could just take advantage of.
Be half Mexican and speak out against ICE. You can be adopted by a black woman and care about black maternal health. You can care about Gaza, trans rights, and gun control, even if those things don't directly affect you. That's what intersectionality is, recognizing how systems of oppression overlap, even if they don't all hit home personally.
I don't know how the fuck she can say this and then justify raping and murdering animals? Like, what? These people aren't worth anyone's time. Like, you know, the good news is these crazy left-wing retards, they have higher rates of mental health disorders. Like, you know, hopefully she doesn't get properly medicated and, you know, she'll just find a bottle of sleeping pills or something. Just fuck that. Just fuck that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
I have many calves. I've gotten super strong 30 kilograms to 70 kilograms calf press for 15 reps, but calves haven't grown a cm. Why sometimes you like isolate like bicep curls with dumbbells but for shoulder press you prefer bar?
If you haven't been training calves, like really at all, and you just start training a muscle group, the majority of the increase in strength is going to come from neurological adaptations and not from an increase in muscle size. And typically it takes about 8 to 12 weeks of consistent training to actually start to see an increase in muscle size. So going from 30 to 70 kilograms on a calf raise or calf press, if you've never really trained calves before, that's in all likelihood going to come mostly from neurological adaptation. So just keep training. Keep trying to increase the weight on the lift and your calves should grow. And why do I like to isolate bicep curls with dumbbells, but for shoulder press I prefer a bar? There's a variety of reasons. The primary reason has to do with incremental loading. Barbells are just better for incremental loading. So shoulder press is a very difficult lift to increase the weight you're using. And with a barbell, you can add very small amounts of weight. With dumbbells, not so much. I do have micro plates, like with my adjustable dumbbells, so it's not really a problem there, but for most people, you can just add smaller weight increments for overhead press with a barbell versus with a dumbbell. So in most circumstances, it's just easier to progress with the lift. I also just prefer using a barbell and doing the lift standing as opposed to seated. It just feels better, more comfortable. So that's another reason why I just use a barbell for shoulder pressing. But thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Appreciate it. Hope that helps. Dodo donated $2. The Kurdistan Workers' Party is abandoning period. Turkey has been on a roll with their geopolitical wins in the Middle East, with HTS in Syria, and now this. What does this mean for the region as a whole? You need to learn how to use, like, proper grammar and spelling, Dodo.
One of the world's longest-running conflicts is coming to an end. After 4 decades, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, is laying down its arms, ending its fight against Turkey. The militants, designated as a terrorist organization by Turkey, the EU, and the US, begin disarming at their base in Iraq in the next hour. Our correspondent, Julia Hahn, spoke with people affected by the violence and learned about.
I'm assuming they stopped getting support from, I don't know, the US. Like, it would kind of make sense since Trump's in office.
Their hopes for a lasting peace.
A few photos. That's all Mushaha Ulka has left of her son Zeki. He joined the PKK, a designated terror group, in 2012 when he was still a teenager. Mushaha hasn't seen him since. He's Zeki. Tens of thousands of young men and women have joined the PKK since it took up arms against Turkey in 1984.
I don't even know why women are fighting in the PKK. They're completely and utterly useless. It's a joke. Vice did a documentary on the female Kurdish fighters. They are bad. They have no physicality, can't shoot, and they weren't even able to make any military victories against literally forces that were defeated and retreating. I don't know why the fuck they're even fighting.
In response to political repression of the Kurdish minority. The group originally sought to establish an independent state and later shifted its focus to demanding autonomy and greater rights for Kurds. The conflict has claimed more than 40,000 lives. Erdogan has said a disbanding of the PKK would mark a new beginning for his country.
The complete elimination of terror and violence will open up doors to a new era in every area. Above all, in empowering the political system.
Now an expert on Middle East politics at Oxford University.
Yeah, I don't know. They might have been getting support from the US and US cut support, so they're just not, they're just forced to give up. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Well, Richard, if you believe in not forcing things on others, then you're being a hypocrite saying that human rights should be forced on others. That's ironic. Not everyone has to agree with what human rights entails, even you said morals are subjective.
I never said I was against forcing things on people. There's certain things I think should be forced on people. And there's certain things that I don't think should be forced on people. If you don't like pineapple on pizza, I don't think you should be forced to eat pineapple on pizza. If you like raping children, however, then you should be forced to not rape children. It's pretty simple. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Vegan Dragon donate $2. In intersectionality, how do they decide which oppressions that come under the umbrella? They're, so look, this intersectionality thing is a communist psyop. what they're doing is they're trying to find different social justice groups to kind of all band together under one umbrella. And it just helps with recruitment of, these communist revolutionaries. So they're all just... they're either useful idiots or they actually know what they're doing. This intersectionality thing is just a fucking psyop to get all these different social justice groups, like Black Lives Matter, feminists, that sort of horse shit, to kind of all join together so that there's some sort of cooperation between all of them, so that when, the communist revolution happens, they're all on the same side. That's all it is. None of them believe in anything. Again, that's why when you bring up any of their hypocrisy with animal rights, it's all lies, excuses, obfuscation. If they actually cared about any of the principles, that they espouse, they would at the very least say, you're right, this is hypocritical. I'm going to try to maybe go vegan or switch some of my diet around, but, it's really hard, but, I'll give it a try, something like that. But the fact that their immediate response is, oh, well, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, and you shouldn't force your values onto other people, and da-da-da-da-da. Nothing but stupid excuses. These are just ignorant, fucking retarded children who just want to, make posts about bullshit online. That's all it is. And again... you see most of this coming from white college-age women. Do they really have any fucking problems to begin with? No, they're just neurotic fucking, what's the term? Just spoiled brats. That's all they are. So they don't believe in anything. All they're really doing is just looking for attention, and they've been fed communist propaganda on TikTok. That's why you see it's almost always white college-age women. Those are the biggest consumers of TikTok videos, and that's why you see all of this communist bullshit coming from mostly college-age white women. If you ever go to a pro-Palestine, campus rally, shit like that, there's an overrepresentation of college-age white women. Because that's who's watching TikTok, that's who's getting funneled into, this communist propaganda pipeline, but they don't believe in anything. They just want attention, and they're just being radicalized into, this horseshit ideology. Is it a threshold thing or something different people's rights or others groups, oppressors, indigenous populations' rights go against animal rights and so on? They don't believe in anything, dude. They have no actual values. They're just selfish, entitled people, and they've just drunk the Kool-Aid. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
These are the people that apologize vegans defend. Why bother with this total liberation bullshit when they exclude non-human animals that they exploit and double down on it? Now I understand why Gary says leave human struggles out of it. Fuck human rights.
These people are absolute cancer. They're just selfish, lying retards. And yeah, as soon as you let any of these intersectionalists into these, vegan activist groups, they end up just hijacking it and turning it into nonsense, and they never focus on animals because they only care about themselves. And again, the only reason they believe in this intersectionality bullshit is it's a communist psyop. So none of it has anything to do with animal rights, and that's why you see just dipshits like Darren Chang talking about how we shouldn't end the seal hunt because, it goes against indigenous rights and it's white colonialism. they're not animal rights activists. An animal rights activist wouldn't say something like that. So why would you let in non-animal rights activist, human supremacists, whose like beliefs are antithetical to veganism, into an animal rights group? So yeah, the best way of preventing any of these people from ruining animal rights is to just have a hard stance. Don't let any human rights issues into animal rights activism. It's the easiest way to deal with that issue. And I think we absolutely need more men, particularly like non-politically biased men, like me or Gary Orofsky, or like, Ask Yourself or Dr. Avi, or, like Paul, and Anonymous for the Voiceless, people like that in animal rights. Women are particularly prone to, like, again, watching TikTok and getting funneled into this communist propaganda. I know a lot of people say, like, I'm sexist for saying this, but, like, women are just more prone to developing these silly fucking ideas. And part of the reason is they're more likely to watch TikTok, and I think there's other issues too. They just have a more egalitarian mindset. They're less confrontational, shit like that. When I was living in Guelph, I was working with an Anonymous for the Voiceless chapter there, and I was doing some activism. Well, guess what? The leaders of that group were a bunch of women, and I ended up having a bunch of problems with them because they were thinking with their dumb girl brain. I was having an argument with a guy during one of the Cubes of Truth. It wasn't a heated argument. I wasn't yelling at him, wasn't making any threats. I just wouldn't let him lie and bullshit to me. So he was talking about, like, oh, what about protein? What about this nutrient and stuff? And I just shut him down. And I said, no, that's not true. Like, here's the evidence. You're wrong. Or like when he made up some excuse that it's too expensive, I'd explain to him that it's not too expensive. Then he'd make some other excuse that, oh, well, it doesn't taste good. So then I'd like point out, okay, so you just complained about to me that it's expensive, but then you just said you're willing to pay a higher price for food if it tastes better. So your main concern isn't like price, clearly, and you're just making up an excuse. Just admit it. Like, it was a cordial conversation, and once we were done, we're like, okay, nice chat, dude. I'll think about these things. And he walked off. Like, no one was yelling at each other. They refused to let me go up to, into another one of their Cubes of Truth because they said I was being too aggressive and confrontational. Like, do you really think men seeing that sort of conversation would have ever fucking said that to me? No fucking chance. The only reason that happened was because there were a bunch of women running that chapter of AV. There's no fucking shot, if there were men running that they'd ever fucking tell me that. So, like, it is an issue that there's, like, too many women, doing this vegan activism shit. And, like, you'll notice, majority of cases when there's infighting in these groups, it has to do with fucking crazy, like, dumb shit women who believe in, like, intersectional feminism and crap. Like, over and over and over again, these stories that I see where, there's, like, infighting in these activist orgs and people get kicked out. In almost every single fucking case, it's because there's crazy fucking intersectional feminist women. I got kicked out of, Toronto Pig Save and shit because I wouldn't, like, support Black Lives Matter and crap like that. They didn't like that. I just refused to support Black Lives Matter. There was a man who was falsely accused of rape, who was also working with Cow Save, and I actually defended him. That was another reason they didn't want me in the org. And again, rather than just looking at any objective facts, they just sided with a woman for no reason, kicked a man out. Like, when women get together and they end up watching, like, brain rot TikTok videos and shit, they just get these stupid fucking ideas, and there needs to be more just non-politically biased men getting involved in these activist orgs to just keep women in line. They just get silly, stupid ideas, and I'm not a sexist for saying that. It's just fucking true. Look at any fucking activist org. Almost all the fucking problems that end up happening is because of women getting these silly, stupid ideas that are related to feminism and intersectionality and like whatever fucking communist propaganda they're watching on TikTok where you have to support Black Lives Matter. But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Rant over.
No, you said humans' rights is not forcing things on others. Right? Well, if you force the morals of human rights on others, you're breaking your own moral rules. That's hypocritical. Also, you didn't respond to point, you said morality is subjective.
I literally said the exact opposite. I stated the whole point of something like human rights is to force those values on others. Like, that's analytically linked to the definition of a right. It's something that has to be protected and forced on others. And yeah, morality is subjective. I don't know what the hell that has to do with whether or not I think it's right to force one's moral values on someone else. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Are there any dating channels that you actually recommend that give solid advice on dating and women? Can you please recommend any good books on the topic that you know of? Thanks, faggot. Fuck yourself. I love you though.
Is this channel Atomic Attraction? Yeah, Chris Canwell. Yeah, Chris Canwell of Develop Attraction. He is probably the best, and the only other one that I know of that's pretty good is Playing with Fire. But Chris Canwell is definitely... That's a movie? Yeah, Playing with Fire. He's pretty good. But Chris Canwell is definitely the best. And Atomic Attraction, that's a book that he sells, Chris Canwell. Thanks for the donation, Red Pill.
In that example you just gave, if you were gender swapped to female and spoke in that same manner in the argument, those women would have supported you and invited you again. Double standard.
It wouldn't surprise me. Again, these like feminist intersectional fucking morons, I highly doubt they would have said any of that if I was a woman. Like, they'd probably say, "Oh, you go girl boss, you really showed it to that man." But yeah, for literally no fucking reason. They just bitched and whined and complained. They literally made up horse shit about me. They reported me to a manager of AV. And what they said was just not fucking true. I actually thought they were talking about a completely different incident. I got into this big fight with this fat retard once, and he was pissing me off so fucking much, I actually challenged him to an MMA match. I thought they were talking about that guy. But then they mentioned the dude wearing a red shirt, and I realized I filmed the whole conversation. It's up on my fucking channel, and what they were saying was a flat-out fucking lie. So I was able to show the video to one of the managers at AV, and they literally told them, he did nothing wrong, you're full of shit. So, like, again, it's catty bullshit woman behavior That's the only reason they did that. And again, people are going to fucking call me sexist for saying this. Women just like to fucking complain. Like there's a reason why you hear all of these nonsense, stupid fucking stories that women make up. Like, you know, like the Johnny Depp situation with Amber Heard. She lied about fucking everything. There's that other Indian comedian who went on a date with some chick and fucked her, and then she made some bullshit fucking social media post saying he didn't respect my consent. And then he literally had to fucking say, like, if you had a problem with anything I was fucking doing, why in the hell didn't you say anything? Like, you expect me to be able to read your mind? Like this chick was literally complaining about shit, like, for no fucking reason online when she never, like, said anything to the guy during the date. Like, they just do this. There's just like, there is a minority of women who just complain and make up fucking bullshit, and I happen to have an issue with, like, those types of women in that activist org AV. Like, again, another reason why there just needs to be more men around these groups, because it just is the case. There's a bunch of crazy fucking women who like to make shit up and fucking complain. But thanks for the donation. Who donated that? Oh yeah, ABC.
Definitely need more vegan man like him. You should hit him up to do an interview. He was like calisthenics instructor and got me in good shape. And he runs an AV chapter in Spain. He's base.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen this guy before.
To push forward animal rights activism so much, it is because of the mindset that I have developed through strength training. The discipline, the consistency, the structure, and the ability and mindset of growth and progress are all things that I have applied within my journey as an activist. Whether it's the commitment to showing up at least once per week to the event, or once.
I don't know if yeah, I know of this guy. Somebody sent me a social media before. I'll give him a follow. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
If morality is subjective, then why should everyone follow your definition of human rights?
Because I say so. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Draw vegan gains standing outside a little girl's bedroom window and he's saying I fully internalized nihilism and the girl is crying for her mommy.
Okay, I guess. Oh, whoops. Oh, I spelled H. How do you, There you go. There's the drawing. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Bruh. Just had my fist wank 14 days after vasectomy. Felt like such a virgin. My body squiggled. Tingling sensation rush from balls up my brainstem. Felt like a shot of heroin. Gonna go without for longer and overdose while jerking it. 23 more to go.
Alright, just make sure to do that carefully. Thanks for the donation, balls in your court.
It's great to hear you swearing a lot again. Take these dollars, you might need it. P.S. Slow in, fast out.
Okay, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, Ian.
I also recon Terry's way too many beta men that tolerate that catty female bullshit. Needs to be called out and shut the fuck down. Hard to find guys with a spine that would join that kind of activism.
Yeah, that's another problem too. It's a lot of gay beta male twink weenies that kind of get involved in activism. But thanks for the donation, ABC. Green Knight donated $2. What's pretty interesting about Tufano, the guy you just followed, he doesn't even consume protein powder to get his protein, just tofu, fruits, vegetables, potatoes, beans, and lentils, pretty much simple pantry items or whole foods. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with protein powder, but, you know. Thanks for the donation.
Dude, how do you go 14 days without jerking? I can't go more than 24 hours max. I like to masturbate every night, sometimes twice or even thrice if I'm feeling particularly horny. Also, Carissa, I like tall black girls with afros. Do you like white guys?
I usually just jerk off when I'm horny, but yeah, sometimes I just don't because I can just tell if it's going to interfere with my sleep. So sometimes even if I am horny, I just won't because like, I don't know, I just get a sixth sense now, like what will or will not fuck with my sleep. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Maybe you should just take a break from fapping more often.
The second one says it's an anatomical thing. And so what exactly is an AI scan? Is it artificial intelligence? It's a magic, it's a robot? Is ChatGPT analyzed the scan? It says, no, you don't need to worry. You don't need to take any medication. And you're going to go with that? Is this AI better than a human cardiologist? The dye test, it's conclusive. You don't need another test. When you
The dye test is not conclusive. You also have to time the dye with when you take the imaging, and if it's not timed properly, you can either get a false positive or false negative. So it's not conclusive.
have the mic drop, the dye test, all the other tests pale in comparison. Was it an MRI scan? You think that's better than the dye test? It's not. And if this was an anatomical thing, something that misformed at birth, you know, anatomical, it's always been there, it would have made it very difficult for him throughout his childhood to play sports, to be
That is not true.
active, to be fit.
David Goggins literally had a hole in his heart. So no, like, and this is a guy who went through fucking SEAL training, runs marathons, and supposedly he could have like fucking died at any moment because of this.
Not jerking off makes it hard for me to sleep. I have to get it out of my system to get sleepy. Dude, I don't want to take a break. It's so much fun. I'm making this lotion manufacturer rich. Also my brachio radially I are yoked. I am a cum machine.
All right, well, to each their own. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
But we're talking about The Rock, an elite level athlete. And so how could it have been an anatomical thing that's been there congenitally since birth? But at the same time, he's a 6 foot plus mountain of muscle, jacked football superstar athlete. How are those two things possible?
It's not built up at all.
Greg, you're a retard.
His valves look great. Come back in 3 years.
It was such a relief. I don't need to take the medications. Finally, I found a doctor that said that the DICE test, that the mic drop test that knows for sure what's going on. They found another test, AI, and you're good, go away. And you know what? We looked at your cholesterol and well...
And what was amazing was, your cholesterol was actually pretty good. I mean, you had low HDL genetically, which is the good cholesterol.
That's, it's got to be that it's been that way since birth. It's probably in your family genetics, your history. Or could it be that he's...
Well, you can test for that. They know what genetic polymorphisms cause low HDL, so he could have, in theory, got a genetic test.
He's on testosterone. HDL, as you know, gets lowered when you're using performance-enhancing drugs, namely steroids. Testosterone. How many of you think The Rock is natural?
Testosterone does not usually lower HDL to any, substantial degree.
Do I have to keep reminding you? There's a 1 in a million chance he's natural, and so if you're his doctor and you see lower HDL, are you going to say, yeah, it's probably always been that way since birth? Or are you going to say, Rock, look me in the eyes. It's me and you. I'm your doctor. I'm not going to rat you out. It's client confidentiality. Are you on steroids, Rock? Are you on testosterone, tren, any of this stuff? Rock could then say, yes, doctor, don't tell Coach Greg. I am on testosterone. Okay, the HDL is low because you're on testosterone. Even if it's just on HRT, even lower doses, HDL can be lower. But instead, he goes on this podcast and I believe lies deliberately. I don't believe that a doctor with 1.43 million followers with this level of experience, looking at the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson sitting in front of him, 250 plus pounds of muscle, and thinks he's 100% natural, that he's never taken any medications in his life, and that...
Yeah, buddy, he paid for The Rock to be there. He paid him. He's not gonna, just shit on him and say, oh yeah, you're unhealthy, you're on steroids. He paid for the guy to be there.
That he's not actually on steroids when that's a clear side effect of taking performance-enhancing drugs. And so it's impossible to have at least 1 in a million low HDL and normal cholesterol unless you're on a statin. And so, are they lying?
Do an impression of a sexy stripper flirting with a customer saying this: well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, jackass. Do it properly, don't scam.
Oh, wow. Listening to you talk dirty to me is so hot, but unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, jackass. All right, there you go. Hope you got your money's worth. Thanks for the donation, thrash metal music.
Is The Rock actually on a statin? Normal cholesterol, low HDL. And if you believe that The Rock has never lied in the past, remember The Rock in that interview when he says, I've never had any candies before? Or, better yet, remember when The Rock lied and said, this is the first time I've ever been in this fast food restaurant. I'm going to try these burgers out for the very first time.
The Rock is a pathological liar. It seems like he has a similar weird mental problem that what's his name? Handlebar mustache McBaldy head. Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is also a pathological liar. He lies about fucking everything. So does The Rock. He's made like 3 or 4 social media posts claiming it's the first time he's ever been to In-N-Out Burger. He lies about like the most bizarre, weird things. And this is just another one of his lies. All of this is bullshit. He's paid to be on this Dr. Hyman's fucking podcast.
And there's video footage of him doing the exact same video more than once on the same restaurant years ago. The Rock has been caught lying.
You know, when we did a deeper panel, you didn't really have any of the risk factors. Your inflammation level was super low.
And so he says, you know, you don't have any risk factors. Your inflammation's low, ApoA1C. What about the risk factor of steroids? Are we just going to avoid that, skip that out, avoid the elephant in the room? Or has perhaps The Rock even lied to this doctor? Doctor, look at me. I'm 100% natural. Now, I know.
The guy's not going to go off steroids, so I don't know why you'd bother even mentioning it.
Oh, you probably heard of the Liver King, and he said he was natural, and he ended up not being natural, but I'm not the Liver King. I'm Michael Hearn. Me and Michael Hearn, the two of us are natural. And then The Rock, like Paul Saladino, he just believes it. This doctor being the doc of The Rock, how much money do you think he's going to make? Every friggin' guy that has money is going to be like, I want The Rock stock. They're on stairs. I'm going to go see this doc, and hey, I've got problems with my heart. I got all this going on. I'll go see that doctor and say, hey, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. We'll treat the gut problems. And you're fine. You live forever. Just know, please consider the possible bias of this doctor.
All the bad cholesterol particles tend to be the result of eating too much starch and sugar, not necessarily fat.
Or
yeah, so this guy's a retarded cholesterol denier. It's bizarre that he'd even say this, by the way. There are an innumerable amount of randomized trials looking at the effect of different macronutrients on serum cholesterol. Carbohydrate cannot raise your serum cholesterol. It's impossible. There's no pathway in which carbohydrate can raise serum cholesterol. Even if you eat pure sugar, your serum cholesterol is not going to increase. The only way it could increase from eating a high carbohydrate diet is if you gain weight. So the more body fat you have, the higher your cholesterol is going to go, but there's no direct molecular pathway in which dietary carbohydrate will raise your serum cholesterol. Saturated fat, on the other hand, will absolutely raise serum cholesterol. And if you watch the debate I had with that retard biochemist PhD recently, I go over all the research. There's a huge meta-regression analysis on which types of saturated fat, you know, like palmitic acid, and how much it will raise serum cholesterol based on a dietary change. Like, it is literally like on the same level of flat earth belief for somebody to tell you saturated fat or dietary cholesterol doesn't raise serum cholesterol. It's the same level of ridiculous, absurd, insane delusion.
Or is it lack of exercise? He's saying blame everything on sugar. Sugar is not inherently bad if you exercise off those calories. And so I'm going to do a bike race after this. Perhaps I'll burn 1,200 calories. If I consume a few hundred grams of sugar, do you really think that's going to ruin my metabolism? I'm not going to be healthy? Or is it people are eating hella licorice, gummy bears, and sitting around doing nothing and becoming obese? And if we're going to talk about what causes higher levels of cholesterol, it's more likely saturated fat than actually consuming sugar. But really, it's being obese and not exercising.
What was that biomarker?
Yeah.
Well, obesity is certainly a risk factor. I think per like pound or two increase in body fat mass, you'll expect about a 1 point increase in your cholesterol score. So if you gain 1 or 2 pounds, you'll get, a point to your cholesterol score. So if you're 50 pounds overweight and you lose 50 pounds, you would expect to lose somewhere around 25 to 50, points off your cholesterol score. So you'd go from let's say you have an LDL of 125. You'd be expected to get down to either 100 or about 75 milligrams per deciliter once you lose 50 pounds.
That connects to dementia. What is that? Can you talk a little bit about that?
This ApoE testing.
And so, yeah, you can get a test to see, are you at a greater risk of developing dementia? And if you are, well, you should eat healthier, you should exercise, you should avoid alcohol. These are things that everyone should be doing anyway. If you do these things, less likely to get cancer, less likely.
That genetic test for dementia is pretty much pointless. The country with the lowest risk of dementia actually has the highest rate of that ApoE allele. So their brain produces more cholesterol, but because they have such a low saturated fat, low cholesterol, high fiber diet, they actually have the lowest dementia risk in the entire planet. So it's just pointless. If you live a healthy lifestyle, you're going to have lower risk anyway.
To be obese, less likely for everything. Being healthy, guess what? Last I checked, and yeah, it's still, let me see what time it is, it's still healthy. Being healthy is always healthy. It's better to do the good things than the bad things. 150 minutes of cardio a week, lifting weights, managing stress, going to sleep, avoiding drugs and alcohol. These are good things to do daily. You don't need a test to say, oh, you have this symptom and you might get this and that. All of you drinking alcohol, all of you abusing steroids, all are at risk. All of you should be optimally healthy right now. So how does knowing that I'm more likely to get a problem help me when I'm already doing every single thing possible to avoid that in the first place? And so if anything, I'm now stressed out.
What the hell was that?
All of you abusing steroids, all are at risk. All of you should be optimally healthy right now. So how does knowing that I'm more likely to get a problem help me when I'm already doing every single daily and that? All of you drinking alcohol, all of you.
Can you still bench 405? If not, what is your new max?
Well, no, my strength for bench has gone down. Part of that's from dieting, but majority of that is from just not being able to bench heavy for a long time. I had the pec strains after benching 410, so I had to really back off the weight for a long time. And then on top of that, I've been dieting. I don't know what I could do right now, like maybe 350, but yeah, it's lower. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You abusing steroids, all are at risk. All of you should be optimally healthy right now. So how does knowing that I'm more likely to get a problem help me when I'm already doing every single thing possible to avoid that in the first place? And help me when I'm already doing every single thing possible to avoid that in the first place. And
who is talking to him?
Help me when I'm already doing every single thing possible to avoid that in the first place. And
yeah, what was that? That's really weird.
So if anything, I'm now stressed out. Dang it. I got shitty ass genetics. I'm going to die of a heart attack. So I get more stress, more cortisol. Guess what? I get the heart attack even quicker. And there is, in fact, research where it's like the placebo effect or the positive mindset effect. If you have cancer, for example, and you believe in yourself and you think positive versus, oh, I'm doomed, those people live longer and better. And so always try to keep a positive mindset. And if you're getting all these tests ordered to find out, oh, I'm more likely to have Alzheimer's, I'm more likely to get this and get that and get that, when you're already doing everything possible to be healthy, it's not beneficial. So why would I want to know that? It's not beneficial. Do you know who it benefits though? The clinic who then charges you for the blood work, charges you for the medications, charges you for everything. And so they're incentivized to test you harder than last time for everything. Imagine how much money The Rock's got. Hey, Rock, well, you know what? Instead of taking that medicine, it would be $1,000, pay that medicine. Why don't we do 15,000 tests and do every single other thing possible?
Richard, we may not agree on everything, but I appreciate you reacting to my videos and driving traffic to my channel.
Yeah, sure. Greg's a jackass. Thanks for the donation, Greg Doucette.
It'll be $100,000, which makes them more money.
So we now actually have even blood tests that are blood biomarkers, some of the proteins that get released when you have Alzheimer's in your blood. And we can look at that, and if you don't have that, you're clean.
You really think that just because that test says you're not going to get Alzheimer's, you can't get it? What if you have a stroke? That would be like saying, hey, I went to the doctor, they checked out my heart, I did the scan, everything, and I can never die. I'm on Brian Johnson's blueprint plan. I'm going to live forever.
I'm late and you've probably already mentioned it, but what's the reason for the large delay? Because previous stream you said I'll do a normal stream a few hours later.
I ended up falling asleep for a very long time. I thought I was just going to take like an hour-long nap, but I ended up sleeping for like 8 or 9 hours straight. So that's what happened. I was dieting really hard and I was not sleeping well, and this last week I've just, you know, taken a break from the diet, and I've also taken the week off training, and I think I'm just kind of recovering from that and getting some more sleep. But thanks for the donation stitching nofap.
I don't have to worry. And you walk out across the street with your eyes closed, you get hit by a truck. It doesn't work.
I spent like $70 on videos from clips for sale yesterday. The post-nut clarity was unmatched.
Maybe what you could do is just Google these people and then see if you can find those video clips for free. Might save you some money. Thanks for the donation, though. Carissa loves vegan. Rank the Metal Gear Solid games from worst to best. Well, I haven't played all of them. I haven't played 1 and 2, and I also haven't played the originals on the MSX. I've played 3, 4, and 5, and I've also played the Portable Ops games. If I had to rank them, I think I'd still say 3 is the best, 5 is the second best, then probably 4, then what was the second game on PSP called? Yeah, whatever the second game on PSP was called, and then, you know, Portable Ops. What chair do you have? I need a comfy chair that's vegan. I don't think they make it anymore. I just bought it from Leon's. I would say these days, like, at least half of the recliners you'll find are made out of synthetic leather. So they're either a synthetic leather or just some sort of synthetic cloth. I was thinking of getting a new chair that's just a bit bigger and more robust. But yeah, just go to whatever local furniture store you have and see whatever chair they have that's comfortable and vegan.
Work like that.
And so we found out you actually had what we call the jackpot gene.
And so cool, he paid a bunch of money, did a bunch of tests, and now he thinks he's invincible. Hell, I got the jackpot gene. I'm going to double the dose of my tren. This is...
Peace Walker is really funny. There was a funny Easter egg in that. I've actually never seen that one. Is that even real? I didn't know about the cause Easter egg.
Glad to be with you, boss.
Is that even real or is that a joke? I haven't even seen that one.
For two. Be with you, boss.
Wasn't aware of that one.
Please don't ignore me, frown.
Okay, I won't ignore you. What was the thanks for the donation sewer slide? Who was the chick in the Peace Walker game? Paz. I thought this was kind of weird.
Room for one more?
Because I swear Paz looked like she was like 14 or something.
Aha.
Yeah, this was Paz. She's like a fucking schoolgirl. And then like it might not technically be canon, but it's still a little weird and disturbing that, you know, supposedly a grown man in his like 40s is fucking like a 14-year-old. Pretty weird. Elias donated $2. She roasted you in this one, lol.
I mean...
Yeah, I've seen that. Also, craziest shit I've ever read. Horror in the Med as Iraqi girl 16 is choked to death while being raped in front of her mother on sinking migrant boat by man who had just seen his wife and daughter drown in disaster that saw dozens killed off Italy. You know, maybe it's a good thing that... Or it would be a good thing if we don't let these fucking migrants travel to these countries. Like, they seem fucking unhinged. Like, though the reality is, there's probably a disproportionate amount of crazy unhinged whack jobs that are trying to, you know, sail from these countries. Like, these voyages are extraordinarily dangerous, and the types of people who are willing to go through that danger are either going to be really, really desperate or really, really crazy. So, yeah, just don't let them come over here. You've got a fucking whack job raping a 16-year-old in front of her fucking mother after his wife and daughter drowned. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, you should not let these people immigrate. Among Islamists, he would be considered a cuck for letting his wife show off like that. Yeah. Well, his wife's pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Alright, no problem, that's understandable, thanks for the extensive reply. Also Carissa, the alleged post-nut clarity is reported to only last at most a few minutes and doesn't compare to the tragedy of the downsides.
Okay, well thanks for the donation, Stitching NoFap.
Bordering on eugenics. This is something the Nazis invented. What are we now gonna exclude certain...
The Nazis did not invent the theory of eugenics. That was Americans.
What do you do for abs? I swear I will go 3 months without hitting abs, then 3 months hitting abs, and they don't look different. My abs are decent but could be better. Should I just kill myself?
My main go-to exercise for abs is weighted incline sit-ups. And I also like doing hanging leg raises. If you're not going to do weighted exercises for abs where you target like, an 8 to 10 rep range, then yeah, they're not going to grow. If you're just doing shit like sit-ups and you do like 50 or 100 rep sets, they're not going to grow. So just like any other muscle, you need to progressively increase the amount of weight you use. My abs have definitely gotten bigger. Like, the packs have gotten more muscular. So as long as you just adhere to progressive overload principles where you progressively add weight over time, they should get bigger. Like, they're not the same as, your quads, where they'll change in size, like, really, really substantially. But, over time, again, if you're able to use more weight, they should get at least a little bigger. Thanks for the donation, though, Eddie Hall's smelly cunt. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know why, Greg's a fucking idiot. So first of all, eugenics was a concept developed by Americans. The Nazis just copied, the eugenics idea from Americans. And I don't know why the fuck, like, what source did he get this from? Scientifically erroneous and immoral theory of racial improvement. That's not what eugenics is. It's not a theory of racial improvement. It's used by racists. Racists really love the idea of eugenics because it gives them an excuse to wipe out races of people they don't like. But the idea of eugenics is just improving the genetic health and fitness of a population over time by eliminating genetically inferior people from, the breeding pool, which clearly has scientific merit. How in the fuck do you think, like, human beings exist? Like, it's like, this is proven. Like, the theory of evolution is basically proof that eugenics works. The reason we're as smart as we are, it's because dumbasses died off, couldn't reproduce. The smartest lived on, reproduced more offspring, and that was a process over millions of years, led to human intelligence. So eugenics works. It's a thing, and we use eugenics all the time. Why do you think it's illegal to have kids with your family members? It's because we know eugenics works. It's illegal to have kids with family members because we know it leads to genetic abnormalities, mental retardation, stuff like that. So we use eugenics all the time. We also use eugenics when it comes to animal breeding. Why do you think certain breeds of dogs are more intelligent than others? Eugenics. We don't breed certain dogs that have characteristics we don't like. We breed in characteristics we do like, and then you have, like, very, very intelligent breeds of dogs like border collies. So eugenics works. It's a real thing. It has nothing to do with racial improvement. It's a concept that ends up getting really popular with racists because, again, it gives them justification to eliminate other races of people, but we absolutely should employ eugenics, and we already do on a smaller scale. You're not allowed to breed with your own relatives. But, I mean, go into any fucking prison, look at any fucking drug addicts on the fucking street. Like, you're not gonna fucking tell me these people should be allowed to have kids. Give me a fucking break. Oh yeah, this is another way we employ eugenics. If you ever want to donate sperm, They do not allow you to donate sperm if you're under 6 feet tall, don't make enough money, or if you don't have like a college education. They also don't let you donate sperm if you have any genetic abnormalities. So if you have like sickle cell anemia, they won't let you donate sperm, shit like that. So that's another way we employ eugenics. You can go to the sperm bank and offer to donate sperm. If you're like a midget, they're not going to let you donate. If you don't make a certain amount of money, they won't let you donate. They'll also ask to see your educational history. They'll ask to see like detailed medical reports to make sure you don't have any genetic diseases or predispositions. So we use eugenics. It works. We know it works. That's why we don't allow inbreeding. That's why if you go to a sperm bank, they don't let certain people donate sperm. Like, this is just, Greg's an idiot.
I do hanging leg raises, but I will switch to the weighted incline sit-ups. Do you hold the dumbbell above your head, arms straight? Or at your chest? How many sets and reps do you do?
I use weight plates and I hold it behind my head. I just go for at least 8 reps. So I'll use a weight where I can get at least 8 reps on. And then once I can get to around like 12 or more, then I'll add weight. And I just do 3 sets. You can do hanging leg raises weighted. You can get like ankle weights or something. But incline sit-ups are probably the easiest. You can also do cable crunches. So you just get like a tricep pull-down rope, and then you just do crunches, but, you know, weighted on a cable machine. That's also a good one. Thanks for the donation, Eddie Hull's smelly cunt.
Parts of the population that don't have these supreme genetics, it's ridiculous. And so this is what's bad from eugenics. Imagine this. All the insurance companies now demand all of these tests. Okay, you got to get these tests. And you find out, oh, you can't get health care because, well, it says here you're going to get dementia. And so
That has nothing to do with eugenics. And insurance companies already do this. If you have a pre-existing condition, they can deny you. So what the fuck is Greg talking about?
we won't insure you. Oh, you are most likely to have a heart attack. You're done.
You had like the ApoE2, which is a gene that means you kind of live a long.
Insurance companies already do this. What is he talking about? They'll look into your family history. If you have a family history of heart disease, they're going to charge you more for health insurance. And if you have a pre-existing condition, they might flat out deny you coverage.
Long time. You know, the people who like
that has nothing to do with you. How is Greg so fucking stupid? Like, he's wrong about literally everything. He's one of the most, like, he's kind of like low-tier God, where it's just surprising that somebody his age who has gone to school would be so fucking uncultured. Like, he doesn't know what fucking eugenics is. He doesn't know, like, who developed the theory of eugenics, where it came from. He thought the Nazis invented it when they didn't. That was an American thing. He literally doesn't even understand what the concept is. He's talking about insurance when it has nothing to do with fucking insurance. Like, he's dumb. He's a dumb guy. And then people buy this idiot's fucking supplements.
And drink and live forever.
Yeah.
You're kind of one of those.
Frigging sucking off the rock harder than last time, bro. Did you really need to add the twist? The twist and pull. I mean, how much slobbering are you doing right now? This is a simp.
You have a 2-3.
No amount of tequila.
Well, I don't know about that. There is an amount of tequila that can override your genes. That's for sure.
I mean, doesn't it sound like The Rock has been going from doctor to doctor to find the one doctor that tells him what he wants to hear, not what he needs?
How big can someone's arms get based on their height? What about forearms?
Well, the taller you are, in all likelihood, the greater cross-sectional area of muscle mass you can have. There's obviously exceptions, but generally speaking, taller people can get bigger muscles. That's why that's at least one of the reasons why all the world record holding strongmen, like the best strongmen, are all over 6 feet and usually well over 6 feet. You can just put more muscle mass on your frame if you're taller. And you can look at world record holders in any lift, like maybe with the exception of Olympic lifts. Even then, like I think Lasha Telekadze, isn't he arguably like the best weightlifter who's ever lived? Like he's lifted the most amount of weight. What's his height? He's 6'6". Jesus. Yeah, so like that's the best weightlifter arguably of all time. He's 6'6". Best strongmen of all time. They're all well over 6 feet. Most of them are like at least 6.5 feet tall. World record holders on the deadlift, bench, squat, they're all well over 6 feet. So yeah, generally speaking, the taller you are, the bigger your muscles can be. I wouldn't be able to give you any kind of formula for how big your arms can get based on height. But if you're taller, generally speaking, you have an advantage when it comes to the amount of muscle mass you can have. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Needs to hear. Remember, I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. You want to hear you're good. You can drink as much of that tequila as you want. You do all the steroids in secret. Don't tell anyone, and no problem. If he dies in 5 years, he dies in 5 years. Does it matter? He's made his money. The Rock's happy. But if he tells him the truth, levels with him, Rock, got to stop the steroids. It's not good. You can't be drinking alcohol, tequila. What are you talking about? It's class 1 carcinogen. I know you sell it, make a lot of money from it, but it's killing people. Probably shouldn't do it.
Why do you think dudes in general are like that?
We see this as pretty classic in medicine. Women always are more proactive about their health.
And so, of course, we know this. Women are more proactive about their health. Men, no, I'm tough. I wouldn't go to...
Women are not more proactive about their health. They have higher rates of obesity. I think, in fact... I think heart disease and diabetes rates might be higher among women at this point. I think women might actually have higher rates now. Men generally experience higher rates of some types of heart disease earlier in life. So that's maladaptive cardiomyopathy. That's from athletes. Women are more likely to die after a heart attack and experience different types of heart disease. So,
were you aware that when you had 20-inch arms that it was mostly fat? Look, you have 18-inch now.
Okay. Yeah, I knew I had body fat, and that's going to contribute to arm circumference. Let me measure. I haven't worked out in a week. But let me see. It's hard to get it right in the right spot. Looks like it's still right at 18. Wait, let me see. Looks like it's still right at 18. I think my arms are looking pretty dope. That's a big arm, I would say. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. The overall prevalence of coronary artery disease is lower in women. They tend to develop heart problems at older ages, but... Let's see. Starting in the early 2000s, campaigns to boost awareness of heart disease in women made some headway. In less than a decade, percentage of women who recognized heart disease as a leading killer of women nearly doubled. More recent data being discouraging, however, a 2019 survey of American Heart Association found that only 44% of women correctly identified heart disease as their most lethal health threat compared to 65% in 2009. I'm not sure if women actually... I know obesity rates in women are higher. I don't know if women have more diabetes now. No, it's still lower in women. Yeah, it's still lower in women. I know women do have higher rates of Alzheimer's dementia, but obesity rates in women are higher now.
Good evening, VG. How are you this evening? Also, do you smell what The Rock is cooking?
I definitely smell some bullshit, that's for sure. But I'm doing good. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackelford.
Why were you so proud to have 20-inch arm at the time then? It was just fat. Anyway, what's a forearm size? Can arms get above 18 without getting fat, since Uwe been doing arms for like 17 years at this point?
Yeah, I'm sure my arms can get bigger. Let me see. I don't know what my forearm size is. Not sure where to really measure. Says 13 according to the tape measure. So, thanks for the donation, CDG.
To the doctor, I'm not going no matter what. The Rock's dad, literally, he explained this. And so what do you think the chances are? The Rock, he just doesn't want to know. Hey, you fixed my tummy, but do I really want to know what's going on with my heart? I don't want to get tested, because ignorance is bliss. Have you ever heard of that statement? What you don't know, it can't hurt you. And so if he did do the test, found out the things, then maybe he'd have to stop. Trust me, I've coached a number of bodybuilders abusing performance-enhancing drugs, test, trend, and so on. And I'm telling them, I need to see your blood work. No, I don't want to see it. Finally see it. You need to stop. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I don't know what to tell you. I've never seen blood work this bad. Well, I'm not stopping. I'll just cut out the trend. What do you mean you're not going to stop? They can't stop. These are guys that have been on trend 700 milligrams for a year straight. They don't care. Heart attack, they still don't care. Oh, they'll go off cycle for a while and they hop back on. Unbelievable.
He kind of toughed through it, and he had all these aches and pains, refused to go see the doctor.
Fat doesn't lift weights, muscles do lol. Fat doesn't lift the weight, muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
He was 45 when he died.
What was the pain? Was it something?
Cancer.
Grandfather died, 45, cancer, refused to go and see a doctor. Case closed.
And we use very sophisticated AI to...
Some Muslim at my work was complaining about how he hates Israel, went to my favorite Jewish bakery at lunch for donuts, gave him one, and he loved it. Yeah, they're just retarded, dude. I wish you could just deport all the anti-Semites, not just the Muslims, like, Candace Owens and all those fucking people.
It make the interpretation much more accurate, much higher resolution.
How much is the
$4.99?
And so here's the thing. This is a non-stop ad for the...
Then why aren't they bigger? The guy Brandon from Buff Dudes has 20-inch arms and he is 6 feet 3 inches like you. Why is there a 2-inch difference? Scooby 1961 on YouTube claim 19-inch arm at 6 feet 3 inches as well. Why are you 1 to 2 inches below peers? That's a large gap.
I don't know if my arms are at their peak size. I've had like tendinitis in my bicep for a little bit, and I wasn't able to train as heavy. When did he measure his arms?
Hey, my name is Hudson White. I am going to be competing in my first natural classic physique bodybuilding competition this weekend. And I'm over to my brother Brandon's.
Yeah, like
order
he's
for
pretty
him to
jacked.
critique my posing, see where I'm at, and then see what my body looks like after a...
You know, it could be like an Athlete X thing. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these people just lie about their measurements. Like, Athlete X lied about his height. He also lied about his lifts. He lied about a lot of shit. But, I don't know. There's not... Like, he is leaner. I don't think there's a huge difference. That doesn't look like a 1-inch difference in the size of my arms versus his.
How is it possible you spent 2 hours reacting to the same 20-minute fucking video but you've said absolutely nothing? You literally spent 30 minutes trying to find where the guy's practice is and you claimed Vermont State is in New York. Fucking retard.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Clinic to buy the scans and so on. $499. Yet I just looked, it's $3,999. Total body scan, the one that you want.
Looking at Hudson, not Brandon. Wrong brother. Also, Brandon measured the 20-inch arms on camera.
Biceps.
Yeah, his arms look pretty damn big. Yeah, they could be 20. I have a friend whose arms also measured 20.
Peak.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, my bicep tendonitis thing's going away, so I've been able to train biceps heavier. They might get bigger. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
That's great. That's great. Jasmine. That's great. Yeah, that's great, Jasmine. Jury.
Alright, thanks for the donation, 21st. This car is so sick.
But you didn't answer the question. How are they 2 inches smaller even though you lift the same amount of time? You always have excuse. Tendon pain for years on end? Lol, stop.
Some people are bigger, some people are smaller, dude. Thanks for the donation. You donate $2, only she will get guns banned, lol. Oh yeah, she shot her phone. What a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, ew. Dodo donators, can you check if Destiny is in Discord? You still need to red pill him on his son and Mom Donnie. He is not on Discord. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
That's a lot of money. And how much money do you think he's making? Millions. Millions of dollars. By pretending that if you get these tests, well, you're going to be healthy. Yay! Only you're not. And so here's the scam. You do the total body scan, and they're going to find something that's slightly off, and they're going to demand more tests. You spend more money, and they do this, and they do that, and then in the end, doesn't even matter. And in the end, oh, guess what? You have this gene, you might get Alzheimer's in 20 years, and so you have to do more cardio, eat healthier, and be healthy. I'm telling you for free right now, do the things that they're going to tell you to do in case you have the problems. Less alcohol, less drugs, sleep. Cardio, lift some weights. It's simple. Be healthy. Stop being fat. Processed foods, less of those. Less shit. This is the solution, and it's for free.
Why do you claim to have so many friends but we've never seen any of them? You also said you didn't have friends in school, so where did they come from?
I don't claim to have tons of friends. And I had a couple friends in high school, only one of them I really stayed in contact with after school. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Shouldn't all be getting full body MRIs now. If you got cancer, they got to see if it's metastasis. Like, yeah, I get it. But everyone shouldn't just be like, oh, I'm getting a body scan. No.
Right? You're The Rock, which is invincible.
Yeah, sexiest man alive. I got a lot of...
Sexiest man alive.
And so The Rock, you know, The Rock is invincible until he's not. And I'm telling you, his Achilles heel is the fact that he's abusing performance-enhancing drugs. He has stenosis of one of his main coronary vessels, and they downplayed the shit out of it and act like it's not.
Yeah, Greg, you don't have access to any of his medical records, so I don't know how you can figure that. And two, they're probably lying about everything, and this is just, again, all for a promotional thing for, Hyman's, you know, fucking health and wellness brand.
Nothing. No big deal. The Rock, he doesn't take any medications, only based on what he said, it...
So a friend just happens to have huge 20-inch arms. What are the odds, lol? How many friends you have then?
Well, he's not a close friend. I've worked out with him for a little while at the gym I used to train at. Haven't really stayed in touch with him, but he was a vegan bodybuilder. How many friends do I have? Like, close friends right now? Only, like, really 2 or 3, maybe? Thanks for the donation, CDG.
clearly shows likely taking a statin, the lower LDL. The fact his cholesterol is normal. The fact that The Rock has this much muscle, does anyone think that he's actually natural? But they avoid the elephant in the room. They don't discuss performance-enhancing drugs. Do you not think this would be a much better video if The Rock, who's concerned with everyone's health, hey, get the test done. Get all the testing. Why doesn't The Rock say, do you know what? I probably shouldn't have used steroids. I am 53, and now that I look back on it, they were dangerous. And
Buddy, he wouldn't have the career he has if he wasn't on steroids. So, there's a reason he took steroids, and it probably paid off for him. He's extremely wealthy.
So expect The Rock to now get winded on activities he used to be able to do. Perhaps during his training session, he's the toughest man in the room. He's up at 4:30, but he can no longer lift what he once lifted. He can't put out the same level of cardio. Shortness of breath, he's getting tired. Oh, it's just because I'm old. Or is it because his blood vessel is no longer patent? It's being blocked. Less blood flow is circulating through it, and so he's now at a disadvantage.
People think of you as sort of invincible, and even your name, like The Rock, is sort of emblematic.
I'm not the biggest fan of the back mono. I don't know if they changed it, but they at least used to have paddle shifters, but it wasn't an automatic clutch. So you still had 3 pedals, but you had to use the paddle. Like, that's just really fucking weird. I don't know if they switched to a dual clutch, but Yeah, having paddles but still having 3 pedals is kind of fucking stupid. I also think they're too expensive. Aren't they like over 200 grand or something? Aerial Atom, you could either get it with a dual clutch paddle shifter, or you can get it with a 6-speed H pattern, and it's 2-seater. I don't think it's much more powerful either, is it?
Is it 2 or 3 close friends? How can you not know, lol? Any of them from a stream?
What's the... I don't know. No, none of them from my stream. Thanks for the donation, CDG. What is the power? $315 horsepower. Yeah, it's... You can get the fucking Atom with more horsepower. And these are expensive as fuck, right? So, yeah, I think the Atom is just a better value. Like, if you really want a single-seater, you know, the mono, I guess get the mono, but the Aerial Atom just seems better. I'd rather have the 2 seats in case I want a passenger, and you can get the Atom with a dual clutch paddle shifter. I'm pretty sure they still make this with... it's just a sequential manual, so you still have to use the clutch with the paddle shifters. Which I think is stupid. I don't know why you'd fucking do that. And they're pretty fucking expensive, right? Yeah. They start at 200,000 USD. I'm pretty sure the Atom starts at like around 90. Yeah, 83,000 starting cost. That's a bullshit starting cost. I think if you actually want to drive the car on the road, it's really closer to 90,000. It doesn't come standard with a limited slip diff. You can't drive the car on the road without a differential. But yeah, it's literally half the fucking price. And it's more powerful, faster, and you can either get it with a dual clutch paddle shifter or an H pattern. Like, why wouldn't you just get the Atom? I think the Bach Mono is a little silly unless you just want like a crazy single seater, but it's overpriced as fuck. There's no reason it should be that expensive.
Problematic of that.
Aerial Atom, why do you want to drive a fancy go-kart?
Because it goes fast. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Yeah, I mean, for that price, you can get a fucking Lamborghini.
The pressure of that, Doc. We gotta talk about that. Jesus Christ.
And so he says, The Rock is invincible. The Rock answers, the pressure of that. The pressure to use steroids, to have that invincible look. He's The Rock. He needs to look like one. Rock hard muscle. The Rock is a superstar actor with hundreds of millions of followers, one of the most famous men in the world. Imagine the difference it had made if he had said, you know what? I'm not natural. I want to admit to everyone. But he did not.
But you've been really vulnerable here. You've shared your medical story. You've shared what's going on. You've shared some of the fears you've had, some of the stuff in your family.
I feel like this is not being vulnerable whatsoever. Hey, they did a test on me, and I said, this is bullshit. I'm The Rock. I'm invincible. I found another doc to do some AI tests, say, I'm also still invincible. And how is it vulnerable to say, I have the superior gene. You can drink and smoke and live forever. That's not vulnerable. Vulnerable is saying, I abuse.
There literally are people who have genetic mutation where cigarette smoking doesn't damage their lungs. Like, it is a thing. Like, you can have just boss superior genes.
Well, I just want to thank you for being so courageous.
He paid him to be on. Like, the Rock doesn't have any health problems, and if he did, he wouldn't share it with this dipshit. All right, Frank Tufano Ments. To bond from TikTok, bank robbery, new gas meter, new refrigeration.
I don't know what's going on, guys. This might be the craziest week ever, and I've been laying in bed all week. I finally...
Again, he's addicted to drugs, and he can barely get out of bed.
I got down to my warehouse. It's like Wednesday afternoon. I was so sick just Sunday, Monday, Tuesday that I didn't even get down here. And all I can really do now is, if I'm lucky, I get out of bed before noon. I have someone drive me down to my warehouse for a few hours, and I just make sure everything's kind of quality control to some degree. But if you guys...
So he's too hopped up on drugs to even drive. He is addicted to pain meds.
If you guys are in New York and Los Angeles and need a job, I am looking for people to hand out flyers because I think this doctor got me permanently deplatformed on TikTok, and TikTok was a big contributor to my overall sales. So in order to make up for the sales and try to...
Yeah, they're too expensive. The one I saw was parked on the street with a carbon helmet just left on the seat. Hi, rich people. I don't know how common it is for people to steal helmets. I would make sure if I had a car like that to take out the steering wheel, if it has a removable steering wheel, because I could see somebody stealing that. But I don't know, like, it's someone else's helmet that might have their greasy, dirty germs, and it's probably not your size and shit. I don't know how often helmets get stolen. But that car is just so expensive. If it was around the same price as the Atom, it would make sense, but it's literally double the price. Like, why would you bother?
Try to get some help. I think we need to hand out flyers and do some direct marketing. So I'm looking to hire a few people in New York and Los Angeles to help me hand out flyers. So whether we pass out flyers in front, basically if you're in any major city and there's a popular plastic surgeon's office, we're going to hand out flyers in front of the surgeon's office. So if you guys want to help me with that, please do. I'll show.
That back carbon helmet costs about 5,000 USD. I don't think any normie would know that, and that's... There's no helmet on the planet that's, like, actually worth $5,000.
Show the flyer material in a second, but what's crazy is the bank next to me got robbed. I think it was...
Like, some of the best race helmets, those are only, like, around $2.5 grand, right? I think these are just motorcycle helmets, but... What in the fuck is this? 7 grand? What kind of fucking idiot would spend 7 grand on a fucking helmet? There is no way this is like 3 times as good as a cheaper helmet. Yeah, I guess people just want to spend money on things.
It was on Monday. I wasn't here. I was home lying in bed. The bank next to here got robbed Monday. And one of my employees, who just helps me do stuff around the building, was actually like outside. And he was telling me how like the cops had the wrong guy pinned down, but he was filming it. The guy that apparently robbed the bank, they didn't get him yet. And also yesterday, they ripped up the whole street to redo my gas line. UGI paid a fortune to upgrade my gas service because we weren't able to run the ovens and run the heat, and we were having problems with. So we got this crazy new gas meter.
Do you think Jason Blaha is genuinely retarded? Looking back on the fake mercenary claims, the fact that he thought people would believe it and the fact that he thought his box squat could help him kick hard, makes me inclined to believe he's retarded.
He is in fact retarded. I don't know if he's actually being diagnosed. I think he graduated high school. I think he did. I'm not entirely sure, but I know he has a criminal record. Back when he was like 20 years old or something, he was part of a traffic stop, and I think he was with like 2 other people. The cops found a gun on him that he wasn't supposed to have. He wasn't registered to carry a firearm. And they also found weed on him. And when he was in court, this is all public information, by the way, you can look it up. The judge said he is mentally disabled. He wasn't able to answer very simple, straightforward questions and was confused and didn't understand anything that was being asked of him. So the judge made it a point to say, like, Jason Blaha is mentally disabled in some way, and he doesn't think he's able to adequately defend himself in court. And that might have been one of the reasons why they let him off easy. So it's just a judge's opinion, but I mean, like, yeah, anybody who's ever dealt with him, like, notices the guy's a fucking idiot, and he's clearly retarded. Like, he's probably borderline retarded, like, you know, his IQ is likely in the 80s. So, you can just look at all the stupid decisions he's made. He ended up marrying that girl that he met on a David Icke forum. And the chick believed in aliens, like interdimensional space aliens, and she thought they were in control of the government and shit. Like, who in the fuck is gonna do that? The guy also cheated the, whatchamacall. He basically was asking for government handouts. It's pretty clear he lied about a disability he had. So he wasn't working for the longest time and was just collecting money from the government. He had a pretty decent thing going on in YouTube, and he, like, fucked it all up with a fake mercenary thing. Like, anybody with any sense in their head would know, like, that was just such a bad, obvious lie. And he just tried with all of his effort to convince people he was a mercenary, and he's still lying about it to this day. He said he was trolling. He clearly wasn't fucking trolling. He even got one of his his girlfriend's friends to claim that he was a mercenary with him, and what was the fucking name that he made a friend for his channel and got him to lie on camera about working as a mercenary with him. And obviously people are gonna, and it wasn't even a good lie. He used a filter that was easy to reverse, and then people could just look up his girlfriend's friends list on Facebook. Like, the guy is dumb. Yeah, Copper Top 22. The guy is clearly really, really fucking stupid. He also put himself in ridiculous amounts of debt considering his level of income. Like, he basically makes no money, and he's living off of government handouts. And he's at least $30,000 in credit card debt that he's likely going to be paying off for the rest of his life, just because he makes no fucking money. He was paying that chick, he was paying for this girl's apartment in another state on the condition that she has sex with him, and she found him absolutely repulsive and disgusting. She wouldn't kiss him. She'd make him rinse his mouth out with vinegar because his teeth are so fucking disgusting. He also bought like a purple dildo thing because he's into pegging. And he would spend thousands of dollars on airline tickets and shit to go see this chick too. So he's at least $30,000 in credit card debt. I don't even know how the fuck the bank would let him have lines of credit that large when he makes no money. And he did this with no plan on paying it back. Like, and you can see his life has just been going downhill steadily. Like, if you're smart, you can at least keep things afloat. Like, you just figure it out. But with him, everything's been going downhill. So, like, he wouldn't work. He was staying indoors, playing Warcraft all day. He ended up getting his wife divorcing him because, you know, he's just a lazy loser piece of shit. Got kicked out. Then he had to move to Texas. He was living with his sister for a little while until he could get his own place. Then he had to downsize again, so he couldn't even afford his own apartment. He's now renting out a single room from some elderly lady. And he's, again, at least $30,000 in credit card debt. So, and he has no car. He used to have a car. Like, he's retarded. So no savings, credit card debt, he's literally going to have to pay off for the rest of his life. He's never going to be able to get enough money to pay it back. No car. He had to sell his car. And he's in every conceivable way, he's like ruined his life and ruined every fucking opportunity he's had. Which is what you'd expect from somebody who has, you know, an IQ in the 80s. So yeah, if he were to get some kind of IQ test or mental health assessment, he would absolutely be diagnosed as somebody who's like borderline mentally retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Killian Titan.
All new. They literally had to dig up all the way across the other street. So probably cost them like, I don't know, 90,000 to put in my new gas meter.
It did not cost them that much money.
Thankfully, I didn't have to pay for it. So, I mean, doesn't really help me make money. It was basically just restoring a basic service that I should have. And my guy out here got the forklift stuck again for like the 10th time this month. But as he was back here, he was saying how like apparently there's people in the woods, like military personnel in the woods or something that are just like waiting back here because the guy robbed the bank or something. He still didn't get this fucking.
You have lint on the back of your shoulder.
He spent the whole fucking. What is he, sleeping in my truck? Joe, you can't get it off?
Huh?
What happened, Joe? You can't get it off?
No, I can't. I'm watching another video on it, man. I tried sending the video to the cops. You can't send it to the other Apple. It's too long. So
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's me jerking around, but you can't buy it here. He's all cut up in the bushes, I guess.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Hey, little kitty. What's going on here? Oh, you're ruining my chair again? My goodness, such a good kitty. Yeah, you love scratching.
As absolutely fucking stupid he is, I'd still rather be him than EDP445.
Yeah. Well, EDP445 is just fuck, dude. EDP445 is stupid. he may in fact be dumber than Blaha. Like, he is really, really stupid. He would have had to have been making really good money on YouTube, but he clearly had no savings whatsoever. It's weird for him to be making that much money on YouTube and have zero savings. Because he had to sell a few cars, a bunch of his guns, and he ended up like having to find weird jobs with like Uber Eats and stuff, and then he ended up getting fired and crap. I don't know what he's doing now. I think he's living with family members or some shit. But EDP445 may in fact be dumber than Blaha. The guy's whole channel revolved around football, jerking off, and like that's it. You don't have to be particularly bright, you know? So I don't think he was a smart guy to begin with, but, you know, the kind of risk he took getting catfished, you know, by that, who he thought was an underage girl, when he knew full well that, you know, there's these predator stings and shit. Like, he literally had an ability to print money. He just had to upload 5-minute videos ranting about football or telling funny stories about jerking off or something. Like, no effort, and he would make thousands of dollars, you know, probably per video doing that, and just threw it all away because he figured it was worth the risk to get catfished, meeting up with an underage girl. That guy's stupid as fuck, too. And he's fat as fuck, like ridiculously obese. So yeah, I think I'd rather be Blaha. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I was on the trash.
I mean, there's like military officers in the bushes and stuff.
Like,
no, I was asking Chris, like, how much could he have fucking stolen? It couldn't have been more than a few $1,000 bucks.
The bag was this big. It was like
that's
a little
it.
sandwich bag.
He literally stole a few $1,000.
Yeah, it was like a sandwich bag. Like,
who the fuck even cares at this point?
Well, I mean, and so apparently he lives in the woods. He went into the river, I guess. They seen him going to the river. They know he went into the river right over here. After it happened, he came right here and went into the river.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't rob a bank for anything anymore. They don't even have any cash on them. Yeah, so we've been getting stuck back here with the forklift for a few weeks because it's so muddy from all the rain. But we got the new freezer unit on the blocks. But this thing's fucking huge. It's like twice the size of even the other new one we got last year. So it's probably not going to be hooked up for a few months, but it's ready. It's all in place. We just got to drag our forklifts out of the mud one last time. Oh man, first day FedEx is on time this last 2 weeks. This is the indoor unit. One gigantic evaporator. The line set on this thing is crazy. Look at that, the low side, 2-inch copper. Literally, where the fuck do you get 2-inch copper for refrigeration? Yeah, that's a 15 horsepower unit. It probably normally costs like 40 or 50,000, but I got it for like less than half that price because it's like a surplus. I think some other company ordered it and then they resold it or they couldn't use it. But this potato chip manufacturing stuff has been a disaster. We're just waiting on a new fryer to come in from a different company, so hopefully in a month or two we can make some money back. I'm just going to show you guys the flyers and the material real quick. So one is
he's actually doing it. He's been talking about doing the flyers forever, and he's actually doing it.
Story. The other side is the meat advertisement with all the businesses. So this is what we're handing out. That's the main thing that has like the full story and everything. But for some people, the business cards are a lot more convenient. One box of business cards is the Taban one with the before and after.
Why is he giving an advertisement for his business?
full story on YouTube, botchedbytaban.com.
Fucking idiot.
And then the other card is for the meat business, which is just a general advertisement. So we have highest quality, most affordable beef, pork, and chicken. Frankie's Free Range Meat.com. So you would just hand them, you'd hand them one of each. But I'm gonna order more of these. Yeah, so if you guys need a part-time job in New York or Los Angeles, possibly Miami, and I'm just trying.
Well, what you could do if you live in New York or Los Angeles, tell Frank you'll hand out the flyers and then just don't. So just pocket his money. So yes, if you need money, just tell Frank, oh yeah, I'll hand out flyers for you. Oh yeah, I saw it on Vegan Gain stream. I fucking hate that fucking vegan prick. And then just don't hand out the flyers, pocket the money.
I think like any city that would have a plastic surgeon's office is basically a candidate for what we're trying to do here.
CDG donators, Frank's forearms are actually pretty muscular. Does he still work out? As far as I know, he doesn't work out, but I can guarantee you he's taking TRT. His neck suddenly got a lot bigger. He's on testosterone. Back when he, did that bodybuilding transformation thing, he clearly went on steroids. Like, there's just no way he got to his biggest ever in only, like, a couple months. And his skin was also breaking out and shit. It made no sense. He was getting acne. So he was definitely on steroids. He also developed gynecomastia and had to get that removed. So he's been on steroids, and I think he went on steroids again recently. His neck just suddenly grew larger. That doesn't just happen. So, yeah, it's steroids. I think he does do a little bit of, manual labor at his, warehouse and stuff. I don't know if he's still doing any weight training. I know he has his own home gym, but he's clearly not training like he used to. But he's on steroids. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Yeah, really, it really has been a big crazy week. We got the new refrigeration stuff in. So we had the refrigerator spray foamed. Looks a lot cleaner and nicer in here now. And the new units are up and running. They're not working correctly, but it is 33 degrees in here. It is down to temperature. My other buddy was telling me that these guys installed the fans too high because the top of the fan is blowing against that beam, which does make sense. So I'm not sure. I mean, lowering that at this point is kind of a messed up job. I think it can be done, but it's a messed up job. It's probably, they got to pump it down, and it's probably 2 or 3 hours per evap to fix that. It'll take them 2 days to fix that just because they didn't spend the extra half hour putting it lower in the first place. I don't know what happened. My Amish buddies bailed on me. Looks like I'm going to have to hire another baker. They haven't sent me any baked goods in 3 weeks now, so this is the last of the cookies. There's some custard donuts, I think. I think we just have some donuts, 1 box of Oreo cookies, because all this is my meat stuff.
He's literally calling them Oreo cookies after complaining that people steal his ideas, and there he is stealing somebody's intellectual property.
That's just the cured and smoked pork bacon. There's pastrami. These are the whole pastramis and briskets. That's just some brains and testicles. We got extra Iberico ham here. Oh, we got a lot of brains and fresh. These are the fresh brains and testicles, which are in the share option, so I'll have to...
Who the fuck buys that?
Actually list those. The only exciting thing that's new here for you guys, we have fresh raw apple cider, which I've been drinking every day. This is actually on the foods website. I should probably put it on the meat website though, because I think we have to ship this refrigerated. So I have to take it off the foods website and put it on the meat website because that was incorrect. I bought $600 worth of cotton candy grapes. We're gonna make the cotton candy grape sorbet again, because they're
Dodo Donatillers, remember when Blaha got his panties in a twist over you saying Trump would be bad for him because he's on all these social programs that Trump is cutting, and that triggered the hell out of him? That was funny. Yeah, he lied that he was on a bunch of government benefits. He's clearly on Section 8 housing and shit. I can guarantee you he's almost certainly on food stamps and shit. Like, well, like, what do you expect, right? People like Blaha are dumb, and they're obviously going to vote for Trump because they're stupid. Like, they're not able to make logical, self-interested decisions. So all the idiots that are broke and poor and rely on government assistance are going to vote for Trump, then he's going to take their government assistance away. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
in season. We do have strawberry jelly and apple jelly. So I think I'm going to put these with the cider.
That looks gross.
This actually isn't gelatinized, so I got to check if that's made correctly, but we also have the apple jelly. Yeah, we're actually... My guys just finished peeling all the apples for because we have to make the apple pies now ourselves. It's a little warm in here, so the transition is causing some condensation, but it's the end of the week now, so we're basically out of stock. I did actually film a video on my TikTok of the full fridge stock, but since my TikTok got banned, I lost the footage in the drafts. So this is just all the cow, sheep, and goat dairy products that we have, pretty much everything. Some raw organic cookie dough there, but as you can see, the fridge is mostly empty. I'm just gonna drink this cider real quick before I go in the freezer. Yeah, this stuff's really good. Just fresh pressed raw apple cider. The thing is, any cider or any apple juice you buy in the supermarket is gonna be pasteurized, which nutritionally I honestly don't care much for, but the raw apple cider tastes better and makes me feel better. I guess just the slightly higher anti-scorbutic value.
Why does he look like he's about to cry?
Since the vitamin C's content is a little higher, it makes you feel better. Yeah, I've been drinking like 1 or 2 of these every day down here to cool off because it's so hot out, and it's the only thing I have in the fridge. No problems with the freezer, on the other hand. -4 in there. Just restocked the ground Iberico pork this week. We got fresh local ground beef in here. And there is a new product. I'm not sure where they put it. That's our organ grind. That's the high fat grind. This is the pure ground chuck. Pure ground chuck. That's ground beef fat. I'm getting way too cold in here. I think this is it. Oh no, that's ground venison. We restocked the ground venison too. This is beef liverwurst, but it's basically fresh pemmican. So it's a little cheaper than our regular pemmican that's dried out. Venison shoulder, veal liver, I don't know where they put it, but we have fresh ground.
I realized a few years ago that I have a deviated septum, and just today I realized that I've been mouth breathing for probably my whole life and made the decisions to force myself to breathe nasally. It's already so fucking hard. What should I do?
Well, you might want to go to a doctor. They might be able to give you a surgery to make it easier to breathe through your nose. I don't know how specifically a deviated septum would make it hard to breathe out of your nose. It might not be a deviated septum. It could be something else. Like, some people just have a narrow airway. You could have, like, scar tissue built up if you've ever taken any really hard hits to the face or something, or been in a car accident or something. So, could be a number of things. Could just be congestion, like, who knows. So I just go to a doctor, tell them what the problem is. They can, like, refer you to a specialist, and you can get imaging done and, like, go from there. But yeah, if you have trouble breathing, I'd go to a doctor and, you know, find out what it is and see what they can do. Thanks for the donation, though, Twat Destroyer.
Ground steak. So it's basically just like ribeye and tenderloin steak ground up. It's a bit more expensive though because it is higher quality meat. But I think I showed you guys last week or the other week, we have, you know, all this new poultry products in stock. All the duck has been restocked. Pastured goose, new goose products, goose breast, legs, organs, everything. A lot of poultry back in stock. A lot of chicken. Over there we have our beef shares ready to ship out. Unfortunately, my farmer made some apple sorbet. Didn't follow the recipe correctly, so we gotta send that back. What did turn out excellent, guys, we have the beef and chicken pot pies. We have all our sourdough bread. We have the highest quality frozen pizzas, and I'm really upset I lost the TikToks I made about these frozen pizzas. You know, we use a fresh sourdough base.
Those look like absolute shit.
Highest quality.
Isn't he selling these for like $15 or something stupid?
Quality organic white tomato sauce.
Draw an image ranking each person's IQ from highest to lowest and also guess which each one is for these PPA. Blaha Franks Varia John Venus Jasmine Mom Donny Trimp by Don Putin and 11 and then put Axa Self's IQ, for perspective.
Let's see, what would it be? Blaha, Frank, Sverage, John Venus. I'm gonna have to write this out.
All the unfortunate animals that have their lives.
Yeah, it's really too bad that dumbass fucking scumbags that are worthless shitheads end up killing that many animals. That's why we need eugenics. If Frank's parents were just forced to not breed, we wouldn't have Frank with this shitty meat business. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Sverage is probably bigger, like, probably the biggest dumbass out of all of them. Like, he's verifiably retarded. So he'd be the dumbest. Then it would have to be Blaha. Then John Venus. Then Mom Donnie. Then, I guess Jasmine. Then Putin. Then Xi. Then Biden, and then ask yourself. So let's see, Sverage. I'd say that's a good Sverage drawing. His IQ has to be like probably 79. Well, and then Blaha. I'm gonna say like 83. John Venus. I'm gonna have to use a reference image. Let's see. 91 probably. Maybe even that's a bit. Yeah, 91. Mamdani. Hate that fucker. What a fucking prick. Let's see. Let's go 99 maybe. Can't be too smart, can't be too stupid. Jasmine, let's see. Put her at like roughly the same, maybe. Putin. I think that Putin one's pretty good. I'm gonna say probably like 113. G. Maybe like 114, slightly smarter. Biden.
Now draw a picture of Svaria getting fucked by Blaha, getting fucked by John Venus, getting fucked by Mom Donny, getting sucked by Jasmine, getting fucked by Putin, getting fucked by 11, getting fucked by Biden, getting fucked by Ask Yourself.
It's a lot of work, dude. Maybe like 115. Then ask yourself. Jeez, this is a lot of fucking work.
I don't care that it's a lot of work, bitch ass nigga, you finna owe me from last time, pussy ah nigga. Your bitch ass scammed me out of a drawing last time. Do it or you know what will happen when you start gaming later. Smile.
Okay. Isaac's probably around 120, I think. I don't know. There you go. There's the fucking drawing. I think those are pretty accurate. I'm a good picture drawer. Oh. Oh, Jesus, my back. Oh. Dude, what the hell? Um... Actually,
I have this dream of making Frank sit for 8 hours straight in various slaughterhouses. Might open his eyes, dancer emoji, cool face emoji, steamer locomotive emoji, musical notes emoji, smiley face emoji.
I wouldn't just make him sit in the slaughterhouse. He'd be sitting on a fucking conveyor belt, that's for sure. Thanks for the donation, James. Oh, God. Waha. Fucking. Spherage. Spherage getting fucked by Blaha. Oh, I've got it all. You didn't explain this well. It's like in reverse. Fuck. This is highly annoying. Getting fucked by John Venus. Whatever, he just has an oddly shaped penis. That's his butt. This drawing request doesn't even make any sense. You realize that. I'll just put Jasmine here. You're asking me to do things that are impossible to draw. Okay, there's Farage getting sucked off by Jasmine, getting fucked by Putin, getting fucked by John Venus, getting fucked by Mamdani, getting fucked by Biden, getting fucked by Ask Yourself. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Organic mozzarella cheese from the Amish farm, topped with Parmigiano, by far the highest quality frozen pizzas you will ever have. And then we also have a vegetable pizza with mushroom, prosciutto. This isn't as flavorful, but it's still pretty good. We just have to add more sauce to it and a few other things. Just our hamburger buns. All our sourdough products are in stock, guys, whether you want bread, rye bread. I think this
Hey Richard, can you wish me good luck? I'm going to see an escort tomorrow with a nice hairy vagina.
I'll just make sure to wear a condom. Thanks for the donation, Buttman. Good luck.
Can you please draw a picture of you strangling Jordan Peterson while he is asking you, will you get your routine?
Let's see. My neighbors are having a weird party with gay music. Okay, there's me strangling Jordan Peterson, asking where do you get your protein, and I added in, that depends what you mean by protein. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackelford. No, my arms are that big. I would say that's roughly to scale. Dodo donators, you don't have to watch all, but wow, must sound so much less retarded when he isn't stuttering. He almost sounds smart.
Here we are at the newly incorporated Starbase, Texas. This is the first new city made in America in, I think, quite a few decades. At least that's what I'm told. And very cool name. And it's named that because it is where we're going to develop the technology necessary to take humanity and civilization and life as we know it to another planet for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth. So Starbase started off as basically a sandbar. That's the original sort of Mad Max rocket. So yeah, not that long ago, there was basically nothing here. And in the space of about 5 or 6 years, thanks to the incredible work of...
Jeez. That's a lot of edits. He might have actually gotten worse. I know he's like addicted to ketamine, but wow, he stutters a lot. He sounds like he's not retarded when he doesn't stutter. But yeah, Mars in 2026. Yeah, sure, buddy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just raw dough here. These are more of the chicken pot pies, I think. Our frozen hamburgers and cheeseburgers here if you guys don't feel like cooking. And maybe our most popular product of all that we sell out of every week is our collagen bone broth made with glass bottle mineral water in glass jars. I do want some burgers for dinner though, so I'm gonna... Oh, I think I showed you guys these last week too. These are the prepared beef, rice, and bean meals for convenience. It's cold in here. I gotta get out of here. I'm just gonna grab some burgers.
Nah, I don't know my neighbors. I don't know any of their names. Don't ever talk to them. Like, I wave hello. The guy who lives next door likes my bike. He likes the sidecar. He also said he complimented me on my V-Strom once too, but we never talk.
Lol, this actually happens in Nigeria.
Thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Really appreciate that. Let me see.
If you think you can graduate from this school without kissing my cock, you are dead wrong.
Well, it is Nigeria. Nigerian, like all these African movies and TV shows are pretty hilarious. It's kind of untapped, so bad it's good genre. Thanks for the donation though again, David. James and Tillers, can we please go back to Frank? Can we ignore CDG's donations? CDG's kind of a jackass. You can't really ignore his donations. But yeah, we're going back to Frank. Thanks for the donation, James.
We're gonna meet at some buns for my dinner tonight. Yeah, I'm kind of over at this point, guys. I've worked every day of my life for like the past 8-9 years at this point, coming out with more products than anyone else ever has, and now that, you know, for this doctor to do this to my face and then try to damage my business that I've worked so hard for more than anyone else, with all these people trying to steal money from me, the chargeback.
Dude, what a whiny, retarded complainer.
Every week, the gang stalking, the censorship, the shadow banning. For these doctors to do this to me and to try to harm my business for me trying to...
Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. I hear noises. What are you doing, Gum gum?
To get compensated for medical malpractice that I should rightfully be compensated for. I have no problem hiring people to hand out flyers of my face in front of every cosmetic surgeon's office for the rest of my life. That's no fucking problem. It's like the amount of money they would lose over the course of the next 10, 20 years. Like if this
Nice try.
This doctor thinks the effect of me posting my face on social media over the past year has been bad, yeah. Give it another 10 or 20 years. You'll be wishing you wrote me that check. Literally laying in bed the whole first part of this week. I'm not able to come down and run my business and do the things I used to do and make sure all the products are being made correctly and especially the promotion and everything. It's
Your cat having zoomies.
It's been really difficult, but I got my Amish buddy calling me, so hold on, let me answer my phone. Yeah, that was actually my Amish guy that does the potato chips for me, which, yeah, me after spending God knows how much money at this point, losing $60,000 on this potato chip manufacturing nonsense. Now I have to pay this Amish guy to make the potato chips for me as we were previously, which is completely ridiculous. Fucking disaster. I just can't produce a cell. I just like they're frying chips in a pot and producing a more sellable product than this whole manufacturing line has done for me. So
then why didn't he do that? Why couldn't he have just literally gotten a pot? Instead, he spends, what, 20 grand on some really shitty conveyor belt thing that he got from China? You could have bought a pot. Like, he's so fucking stupid. Like, they were making the potato chips for you. Just get a pot.
hopefully this replacement equipment does a better job. Otherwise, I'm just...
Oh my god, he's dumb.
I have to hand out flyers in China, too, outside these morons' factories. Yeah, so if any of you guys can help hand out flyers, please just send an email to frankatufano@gmail.com. And maybe we'll do some videos on some of the other products this week if I have the energy. By the way, guys, little rant about eBay. Never...
Hi Daddy, sorry for annoying you so much with my donations, and I am sorry again for getting your stream taken down a few days ago. JK, LOL, be a good boy or he'll do it again.
Alright, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Use eBay. Never sell anything on eBay because it's horrible. It's horrendous. Half the stuff I sell, these people return it and say it was different from what was ordered, yet I'm selling a brand new product at half the price that the company sells it for new. You know, I got these ARC carbonators I bought 10 of them because I thought I was going to use them for my new energy drink product. So I'm selling these carbonators, you know, for half the price, completely brand new. You know, way better deal than buying it from ARC, literally half the price. And these dickheads that buy on eBay are the worst fucking customers. I don't understand what's wrong with these.
He's buying, somebody messaged me about this. He's buying garbage from China and then trying to resell it on eBay.
Just reached out to Frank for a job. When hired, I will make video giving to the homeless to use as toilet paper and film myself buying vegan patties and vegan Twix bars with his money. Video will be blurry, so he's forced to squint with his crooked eye ass.
Alright, well that's good. Hopefully he hires you. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
These fucking people. They buy the item, it's perfectly... I sold a Milwaukee drill for like $100, like a drill and impact driver set for $100 that had MSRP of maybe like $200. And then this lady gets a return and never sends me the drill back. eBay is the fucking worst. Not only are the customers horrible, the fees are outrageous, they're just horrible to fucking deal with. Horrible to fucking deal with. I mean, at least you can do business with them, unlike Amazon, which is completely controlled. I'm not even allowed to sell products on Amazon. I can't get approval. So that's a whole different story. But all these third-party platforms are a bunch of greedy degenerates. That's why you need to support small business.
It doesn't matter what supplements I take, dude. Creatine's creatine, multivitamins are multivitamins. Like, there's no point in asking me what exact brands I buy.
And support separate platforms that aren't controlled by these people. That's why I'm asking you guys for help to hand out flyers on the street when I'm banned from TikTok. This is a fucking catastrophe. I'm gonna have to ban my guy from driving the forklift after this shit. He literally has to take the fence apart because we can't get the truck in there to yank it out this time.
He just fucking complains constantly.
I mean, I don't know what I expected. I've been talking about it for years now, how the court system is just completely corrupt. And I had the first meeting interaction with a judge in this California Superior Court case, and I have zero confidence. There is no chance I will ever be. I'm just completely screwed.
Dodo $2. If someone started a political party in the US called Palestine Workers' Party, I guarantee you hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of SJWs would register with that party because it's communist and fascist and Islamic. Even all the gays for Gaza will sign up. I highly doubt they'd get millions of votes. Like, obviously, you'd have dumbasses, you know, still registering to vote, but they'd get nowhere. Like, you can look at any independent party, like, they get no votes. So it's not like because this political climate, it would be any different. Like, nobody votes independent, like third party. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
These attorney, I was blind and disabled for the first part of this year. I didn't receive any of these court documents from any of these defendants, and I also filed documents with the court that were ignored by the judge. So the judge is basically ignoring all of my filings as a pro se representative, making up whatever BS excuse to dismiss them, and just...
So we've seen the, you know, lawsuits that Frank makes. He, like, accuses people of being Illuminati members and shit. Like, obviously a judge isn't going to take him. Oh my goodness, Gum Gum, is that a ball? Give me the ball. Oh my god, Gum Gum brought this ball. There you go, Gum Gum, get the ball. Oh my goodness.
Going with whatever the attorneys that Taban hired said. So they're basically just going to screw me over in the court system, and I'm never going to get anything. Judge didn't really let me speak. I raised concerns that, you know, I was physically blind and disabled for the first half of this year, so the court has refused to acknowledge any of that. They don't care if you're half dead in a hospital and you didn't receive court documents. It doesn't matter to them. I filed a notice to the court that they ignored. I filed a request for leave to amend. I filed all of these things with the court that they are ignoring. I literally said these things to the judge.
Like, he's so full of shit. He just lies constantly, and I don't even know why he bothers doing this. Like, it's so much effort to lie about this, and it just gets him nowhere. He had the court date. They told him about the court date. He went and got the stupid surgery, and now he's making the excuse, oh, I had a surgery. Well, then you shouldn't have gotten the surgery. It was elective. You didn't need it. It was cosmetic.
Judge, I said, how come you're ignoring my physically disabled status? How come you ignored my...
He doesn't have a physically disabled status.
Notice to the court. How come you're ignoring my request for leave to amend? How come you're ignoring my third-party complaint? Judge didn't say anything, just said, oh, I suggest you hire an attorney, which we know is all BS. I have no...
He can't represent himself with a lawsuit against Paul Saladino as a pro se litigant. He needs to have a lawyer, and it's because his LLC is getting sued.
Money. This is financially crippled from paying for reconstructive surgeries. I can't afford it. Even if I could afford an attorney, they're just going to take my money and screw me over like this judge is screwing me over. So they're just going to have to do what I anticipated this whole time. If you guys can help me hand out flyers, that's it. I've had enough of this court system. I have no confidence whatsoever. The secret society, Freemason, Illuminati, whatever it is. Judge, they're all going to work together against me. It's not worth spending any time or effort in the court system at all. I just need as many people to hand out flyers and support me as much as possible. And as soon as these people see they're financially impacted, then maybe we'll see some actual justice. But
That's fucking ridiculous. Doesn't matter what you do in court. Doesn't matter how legitimate the filing is. Doesn't matter how ridiculous the scenario is. If you're not...
You know, I really wonder how Frank was raised, because he acts like a spoiled toddler who always needs to get his way. Like, his older brother isn't a fucked up retard. Like, maybe he's just retarded. Like, maybe his parents couldn't have done anything and he's just retarded.
Secret society, degenerate, sellout shill, they're going to ignore your filings. They're going to ignore everything. I don't really know what to do. You know, I mean, the court, the California Superior Court accepted and filed my documents. The judge didn't acknowledge them whatsoever. None of the other parties acknowledged them whatsoever. They are not giving any sort of leeway as a to me as a pro se litigant. So I guess the next step for me is I'm going to file a motion to, motion to disqualify the judge, explain the situation to the court, and try to get the whole case restarted. But in the meantime, if you guys can help me and want to hand out flyers, especially in Los Angeles, I am offering several part-time positions. So you can send me an email, frankatufano@gmail.com.
Well, there's no...
Oh shit, we're gonna have to watch that at some
Justice
point.
is the last word that comes to mind when a judge abuses a blind and disabled pro se representative to defend the doctor that butchered him. I was still recovering from all of these reconstructive surgeries and these surgeries that I was getting to try to fix my vision. I was lying in bed, unable to receive court documents. And this judge refused to acknowledge that. He should be ashamed to have the word honorable in front of his name. What kind of person? What kind of person? How much of a joke is the U.S. medical and legal system, where if a doctor messes up your face and disfigures you so badly that you're blind, lying in bed for months and months and months, and then when you tell that to the judge...
By the way, he was working through this entire period. He's lying. Like, it's on his YouTube channel. Why is he lying? He was working through this entire period. 2 weeks after the first surgery he got, he was working. Then he got the strabismus surgery. Immediately after that, like, I think literally the next day or two, he was working again. He's been working this entire time. He was perfectly able to read, look at court documents, do whatever. He's just full of shit, and everybody knows he's full of shit.
Judge and said you weren't able to participate in the court correspondence during that period of time, the judge dismisses everything, doesn't care, grants the defendant butcher, doctor, whatever he wants. How despicable and disgusting of a human being do you have to be? How unbelievable is that? I had that case management conference yesterday, and when I brought up 3 points to the judge about why he's ignoring all of my filings and everything, he didn't have anything to say. He just ignored it and proceeded with what he was going to do anyway, which is defend this doctor. And I think the best way for me to explain this is to show you guys the 2 filings I have in front of me that I'm filing July 11th, Friday morning.
Oh my God, is he going to try to sue the judge?
Motion to recuse and demand for jury trial, which is explaining that this judge is biased and needs to be removed immediately from the case. And the
There we go. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to go anywhere.
second motion is to dismiss for insufficient process of service, because the lawyers for Tufano and defendants committed legal misconduct saying that I received these documents, because I was in bed at my house while they were delivering these documents to my business, which means when they went to the post office to mail these documents, they didn't get a return label or signature approval or anything. There is no proof that any of these documents were delivered to me, because they weren't. I don't have them. And what really, I mean, he was like, oh, motion, I don't even remember what they filed. It was like a demurrer, which I never received. And he's like, oh, it's been granted. Frank Tufano, you have to respond to this. I'm like, I don't have the I literally told the judge, after I asked the judge, why aren't you acknowledging my filings, my notice to court, my request for leave because I had orbital reconstructive surgery? I was literally bleeding out of my fucking eyes, and this judge just ignored it.
He's probably lying about this again, by the way.
Like, you're not going to give me any time or any leniency? That is nothing short of misconduct. Nothing. What kind of fucking justice system is that? When the person is incapacitated and you're issuing rulings against them as a judge. What the fuck is wrong with these people? How can you not be completely fucking ashamed of yourself? So after I asked that judge why he was ignoring all my filings, he said, do you have anything to say about the motions we're discussing today? And I said, yeah, as I just stated, I didn't receive them. The defendant's lawyers committed perjury. I did not receive the documents. And apparently my word as a non-Freemason, as a non-secret society member, as an actual human being, my word doesn't fucking matter to these evil fucking morons.
There we
Because
go.
when they come back to this planet, they're going to be digging fucking ditches for God knows how many lifetimes, and I'm going to be fucking laughing at them. Motion to recuse and demand for jury trial. In a hearing that occurred on July 10th, 2025, Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. has shown undeniable bias in favor of defendants, proving reason for immediate removal from the case so that Frank Tufano's complaint may be heard fairly. Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. has refused to acknowledge Frank Tufano's physically disabled state occurring from damages caused by defendant due to multiple revision procedures. Plaintiff was physically incapacitated up until June of 2025 and did not receive prior court documents, as stated in a notice to court, Exhibit A, on March 18th, that the judge has refused to acknowledge. Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. refused to acknowledge fraudulent affidavits filed by defendants claiming that they had properly served the court documents that were addressed in said hearing. Frank Tufano did not physically receive any court correspondence as he was visually and physically disabled at the time of the claimed affidavit by defendant's legal representation. Despite Frank Tufano undergoing a severe and extreme orbital reconstructive procedure in May of 2025, Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. has not granted Frank Tufano any additional time or relief in this case. I literally made a video as I was coming out of that surgery, like the day or two after, laughing that these lawyers were still trying to call and email me as I was bleeding out of my fucking eyes.
So they tried to contact him, and he's saying they didn't try to contact him? He's admitting. So, like, how is it their fault then? And by the way, like, he's saying, oh, I was bleeding out of my eyes. He could clearly see. He was using his phone. He was back at his house, living on his own, so he could see. What a fucking idiot. Oh my god. Like, he's literally admitting they were contacting him, and he was just deliberately ignoring them.
The Honorable Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. fucking. Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. has ignored Frank Tufano's request for leave to amend filed on June 2nd, Exhibit B. Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. has ignored Frank Tufano's notice of appeal filed on June 2nd, Exhibit C. Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. has ignored Frank Tufano's third-party complaint against Lavely and Singer filed on June 5th, Exhibit D. While courts do not generally have a duty to provide legal advice to pro se litigants, they do have a responsibility to ensure fairness and access to justice. This means judges may need to make reasonable accommodations to help pro se litigants understand court procedures and ensure they have a fair opportunity to be heard, but they cannot give preferential treatment or legal advice. Judge Edward D. Morton Jr. has not made any amount of effort to ensure that Frank Tufano understands the court procedures. And I would think as a minimum, you simply have to explain why. You have to say something. The judge can't just ignore me, which is what he did. He ignored me, he didn't help me at all, he didn't say anything. It would be completely unreasonable for Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. to suggest that Frank
The judge can't give legal advice.
Tufano hire an attorney, granted the fact that Frank Tufano had contacted every known medical malpractice attorney in the state of California and has not been able to obtain representation, even if he had the financial capital to do so. Those lawyers would not help me. For the judge to be unable to provide a simple reason for the denial of the court documents is completely unreasonable and court misconduct, clear bias against a pro se litigant in favor of defendants. California Code of Civil Procedure, CCP 170.1, a judge shall be disqualified if any one or more of the following are true. A person aware of the facts might reasonably entertain a doubt that the judge would be able to be impartial. Frank Tufano requests that Judge Edward B. Morton Jr. be disqualified from this case as to be determined by a jury trial and not any individual judge, as any outside individual would see that the events that have occurred in this action by order of the judge have been in clear favor of the defendant, and I would say just downright, what is that, inhumane? Is there some amendment that he's violated by fucking ridiculous? And then jury trial demanded. And then this motion to dismiss for insufficient process of service just explains that these defendant lawyers sent the documents to my business address when I was incapacitated and recovering at home. However, if they had simply filed a return label address with the post office, they would have found that I was not at that address. These lawyers were just blindly mailing documents to an address assuming I received them and emailing me assuming I received them. But is a blind and disabled person lying in bed most of the day, unable to see, going to be receiving documents at his business? Or should you actually get a return?
I'm not understanding this reasoning. So they did in fact mail it to the correct address. And like, he has employees. They would be collecting his mail if it's mailed to his business.
Return label, which is what I've done with every single one of my documents to ensure they've been received by the court, where the post office delivers them and then sends you a piece of paper back saying, hey, this person acknowledged and received the mail for this person, which they didn't do. So I have to file the motion to dismiss the judge and the motion to dismiss all of the previous documents filed because I didn't receive them. And it's
So they were delivered to the right address. He's not explaining how he wouldn't have gotten them. His only excuse is, oh, I was blind and disabled and I couldn't go to my work? I don't understand. Like, he still has employees that would be collecting any mail sent to his business, so he's just lying. He's full of shit.
we're going to file these and see what happens because and then at that point, if the judge isn't going to acknowledge any of this, then I might as well throw in the towel. Because I have filed everything legitimately, and if they're going to try to take advantage of a blind and disabled person like that, I will smear them for the next 30 years. And by smear, I mean tell truthfully what has been done to me, factually, because that is all I need to do to expose how evil these people are. No lie has to be told, no slander has to
As soon as anything doesn't go his way, he turns on his camera and just starts whining and complaining.
be said. Everything I've said in this video is 100% factual, and these people should be ashamed of themselves.
Jeez. Okay. Looks like he has a few new shorts.
I wasn't sure at first, but Dr. Taban has gotten me permanently banned and deplatformed off TikTok. I made several new accounts and they were all permanently banned. So this doctor botched my face. I am still partially blind and disfigured about 1.5 years ago, and in order to preserve his social media reputation and prevent people from finding out about me, my story, and what he did to my face, he paid a lawyer to get me banned off social media. How crazy is it? How crazy is it? These cosmetic surgeons in the United States, and then the courts and everyone else is, no one is helping me. No one has stood up for me. No one else on social media is sharing my story. No one is doing anything. And if this doctor thinks he can wipe me off social media, I will hire people to hand out flyers full time until every single person in Beverly Hills sees what you did to my face. So I don't know what this guy's doing, but it's disgusting that he's attacked my personal online reputation and my business by deplatforming.
I don't even know how he would do that. Frank probably just got banned.
You have secret society members in all organizations. In the USDA, it's probably just low-level Freemasons. And there is no coincidence that they showed up to my business at the same time that I had a court hearing with my medical malpractice case involving Dr. Taban.
So he's getting another visit from the USDA.
Just like several years ago, the USDA happened to show up at my business in New York the one time I had a flight to go look at another property. So these people are literally meeting in secrecy and conspiring in any way possible to damage and harm my business, even if it's something like denying me SNAP EBT benefits, because there is no way they would conduct 2 inspections on my store before even approving the benefits. I mean, yeah, maybe down the line a few months they might come in and check on you, but this is obviously gang stalking and it's completely ridiculous.
Sounds like he's just complaining.
I'm a small business owner that has been applying to accept SNAP EBT food benefits at my store for over 2 years now, and there's been over 6 or 7 applications, and they continue to discriminate against my small business and refuse to allow me to accept this as a form of payment because they only care about big conglomerate billionaire grocery stores. They want you to be sick off of this poisonous food, and they don't want you to be able to buy high quality, healthy, and affordable food using your SNAP EBT benefits. I'm completely disgusted with the USDA at this point.
We were unable to process your online application. Documents submitted were insufficient. Store will not be open for business within something. Active application. Error in the application submitted. I mean, he could probably just hire a lawyer for this.
I've already filed a lawsuit against them for this matter. They have inspected my store. They've seen that I have product, that I'm open to the public, that I have products available for sale, and they come up with there's no reason for them to deny my application at this point. How many more lawsuits am I going to have to file? This is completely ridiculous. And I'm going to make videos every day about how corrupt the USDA is.
Okay.
So my second account was banned on TikTok, I'm assuming because I continued to post about Dr. Taban, who disfigured my face and left me half blind in a surgical procedure.
Like, this doesn't even make any sense. He says his TikTok account is, like, so important for his business. But then he does shit that he knows will get him banned from TikTok. Like, okay, well, make up your mind.
And I'm guessing he's paying TikTok to have my videos taken down because I am not doing anything against the community guidelines.
By the way, why would he use this? Like, there's better photos of himself that he could have shown as like, oh, this is how I looked before, and then this is how I looked after the surgery when I got botched. You look fucked up here. Like, why didn't he just choose a nicer photograph of himself? Like, they both look bad.
I'm only posting 100% factual information about my botched surgical procedure. My first account, which I built up for years and spent thousands and thousands of dollars to promote my health and nutrition business, was the first account that was banned about 1 month ago. Because of this, I did file a lawsuit against TikTok, but who knows what the corrupt judges are going to do. And I'm asking you guys to please share this video. And if you need a part-time job in Los Angeles or New York, I am hiring people to hand out flyers, probably indefinitely, until I get compensated or reimbursed for what these people are doing to me.
Some bombshell
What a dummy.
news here. As the Trump administration keeps wishing the Epstein story away, Wired has just come out with a devastating expose suggesting that the DOJ's so-called raw surveillance footage from Epstein's prison cell may have actually been modified using professional editing software. According to Wired, metadata embedded in the video and analyzed by Wired and independent video forensics experts showed that rather than being a direct export from the prison surveillance system, the footage was modified, likely using the professional editing software Adobe Premiere Pro. The file appears to have been assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded on the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage. So when Pam Bondi's DOJ told us that it was full raw surveillance footage proving Epstein killed himself, that certainly doesn't seem to be able to support its own weight. This isn't raw footage.
In all likelihood, there was just multiple files, so I'm assuming the way these cameras record, they might only be able to record a certain amount of footage, like maybe a few hours. And then somebody just, put it into Adobe Premiere, clipped it together, exported it. Like, it's probably what happened. I don't know if, I doubt that they did any sort of real editing to it.
It has been manipulated, edited, and reconstructed, and that's not even counting the missing minute that jumps from 11:58 p.m. to 12 o'clock a.m., which has conspiracy theorists rightfully asking, what the hell happened during that lost minute? But here's what makes this whole thing infinitely worse. Trump, Bondi, Patel, and Bongino are now facing a massive backlash from their own MAGA base for completely screwing all of this up.
Do you believe that DOJ and FBI right now, with the guys who are all close to, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, do you think they have any credibility left to pursue this?
No, and I'll tell you exactly why, Steve, because in 2016, we trusted the plan with Trump. But now Trump has become the deep state. The exact thing we voted him in.
Why do you say he's become the deep state?
What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles? Why would you go to that island? Why? Tell me, why would you go to that island?
It's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed
because they ran on this idea of exposing it all.
Yep.
All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan
Son,
Bongino.
he had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
Them bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that.
How cockeyed is he? You've said this a few times. Can we get a photo of him really quick?
Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world. I never called him cockeyed Cash before this.
He couldn't see all the other people raping the children. He could only see Epstein.
He's just staring at the bridge of his nose. Like, I don't see anything over here. I watched all 3,000 hours of footage.
Yo, maybe I'm wrong on this, but if you keep talking about this Epstein, they keep talking about this Epstein list. I got the list on my desk. Now they're saying nothing happened. So one of two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
The timing of it,
come on,
just seems.
Come on.
It seems like I'll take how do we get the attention off of Epstein for 500, please, Alex.
I hope this story breaking today isn't just a cover story or diversion from the giant fiasco with the FBI and DOJ doing a 180 on Epstein.
So that's it? No client list? Epstein killed himself? No further investigations? Case closed?
Hey, we're going to do an investigation. Now, we can't tell you about the investigation because it's under investigation, so we can't actually talk about the
morals or what I stand for nobody.
People are right to feel used and lied to. Pam Bondi told Fox News in February that Epstein's client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review. She invited right-wing influencers to the White House and handed them binders marked The Epstein Files Phase 1 and promised a truckload of evidence that would blow this case wide open. She said there were, quote, tens of thousands of videos that would expose the truth. And what did we get? Nothing. Literally nothing. This week, the DOJ released a memo saying there is no client list, and also that Epstein died by suicide, and also that they're not releasing any more documents. If you dare ask about it, by the way, well, this is the freakout that will follow.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy.
Harping on stuff from the past. Now, where were we? Oh, right, the Biden crime family. And look, pushing conspiracy theories about Epstein's death. But the moment they got into the federal government, the moment they had the opportunity to actually substantiate the very claims that they spent so long making, they completely flipped.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
What's worse, we now know that there's been internal fighting about this disaster. According to Axios today, Bongino and Bondi had a heated clash at the White House over their handling of the Epstein case. Bongino was
There's a good chance he's going to resign.
Reportedly so angry he took off the day from work today, with some reporting suggesting that he's considering resigning over the Epstein fallout. Sources say that he was increasingly displeased with Bondi's handling of the Epstein case because she had publicly overpromised and underdelivered. So here's the bottom line. The administration promised transparency and delivered deception. They promised the truth and delivered edited.
Yeah, well, that's Trump. Let's see.
Has been, well, who exactly did she sex traffic minors to? And after the announcement from the DOJ and FBI, is that a valid legal point? Let's talk about how the recent announcement from the government on Epstein's perceived lack of accomplices may affect the only person who's actually been convicted in connection with Epstein's purported sex crimes ring. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, with the shocking news regarding Jeffrey Epstein this week, the conversation has now turned to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, and I'm going to explain why. Because as we discussed on a previous sidebar, there was this DOJ FBI memo that was released a few days ago. And it describes how the Department of Justice and the FBI conducted, quote, an exhaustive review of investigative holdings relating to Jeffrey Epstein. How, quote, the FBI conducted digital searches of its databases, hard drives, and network drives, as well as physical searches of squad areas, lock cabinets, desks, closets, and other areas where responsive material may have been stored. These searches uncovered a significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. The files relating to Epstein include a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors, and over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse material and other pornography. And through that review of digital and documentary evidence, the DOJ, the FBI concluded the following, quote, this systematic...
Whoa. This guy looks like Butthead. Like, look at his head. He kind of looks like Butthead. That's funny.
Of digital and documentary evidence, the DOJ, the FBI concluded the following, quote, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That is the section we want to focus on today, because obviously this is big news and surprising news. Surprising news, maybe not even necessarily from an investigative standpoint of what we've learned over the years from different lawsuits, but the perceived stance from the Trump administration and also some of the commentary from high-profile people when it came to the Epstein files. There seemed to be this idea that all of the information and new information would be exposed, whether that's a fair interpretation or not. That's the conversation, because in February, President Trump's attorney, Alina Habba, told Piers Morgan there would, quote, be names that will come out. And America needs to remember one thing: we are going to be promises made, promises kept. There was even talk from Attorney General Pam Bondi that complicated the issue, because back in February, she said on Fox News, when asked if she would release, quote, list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients, she responded, it's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. In March, she said to Fox News host Mark Levin, when he argued that perhaps Democratic officials in New York were not providing all of the Epstein information because they, quote, don't like the names on the list, and that they were, quote, trying to protect a lot of names and individuals, Bondi replied that she had, quote, not reviewed the information yet, but added, I think it's very interesting that they withheld that from us. Now, not trying to get too political here, I'm going to get to the legal point I want to get to when it comes with Ghislaine Maxwell, but White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt seemed to do some damage control, saying the other day that what Bondi was referring to about having the client list on her desk was, quote, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to. Either way, and aside from the blowback and the criticism and the theories, the main question is that we want to talk about right now: does this affect Jeffrey Epstein's former associate, Ghislaine Maxwell? Remember, she was convicted in December of 2021 in New York federal court of conspiracy to entice minors to travel, to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors to participate in illegal sex acts, transporting a minor to participate in illegal sex acts, sex trafficking conspiracy, and sex trafficking of a minor. And as the government argued, quote, from at least 1994 up to and including in or about 2004, Ghislaine Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and participated in Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of minor girls by, among other things, helping Epstein to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell and Epstein to be under the age of 18. Here's the thing. If there is no client list, and there's no other criminal defendants, does the case against her make sense? Could she get an argument to overturn her conviction? So for that, let me bring in trial attorney Rich Schoenstein, friend of the show, friend of mine. Good to see you, Rich. Thanks so much for coming on.
Happy to be here, Jesse.
So before we even get into Ghislaine Maxwell, I haven't spoken to you since the news of the week. Your reaction to the memo this week?
Well, I want to focus on some of the language you read because we have to use air quotes. This statement that came out of the Department of Justice says there are no client lists, but it uses quote marks around the term client lists. There are no, the systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. What does that mean? What does that mean? They're not saying we didn't see the names of any people in these files. They're simply saying there wasn't a list, that maybe Jeffrey Epstein didn't maintain a consolidated list of all the people that he brought underage women to, right? He didn't write it down in one place. There is no comprehensive list. But it doesn't mean there weren't names in these files. It doesn't mean there weren't faces on the videos. It doesn't mean there isn't email traffic or other evidence incriminating people. And what I'm reading here says we didn't see a client list, so everybody keep on moving. There's nothing to see here. I think that's sort of a disconnect. That's my reaction to it.
By the way, as we're talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's federal case, you know how in federal courtrooms there's no cameras, there's no recording devices.
Yeah,
we
that
talked
is
about it in the Sean
weird.
Combs case. Very frustrating, because how great would it have been to have Claude Nopin there? So this tiny wearable AI-powered device completely changes the game. Why? So first of all, it's in our litigation against uncharged third parties. They're basically saying it was Epstein and Maxwell alone. And when you hear that, that's the part where I hear you. There might be no consolidated list that he kept in his bedside drawer. But, you know, the idea basically what they're saying is there's no other people to charge at this time or to investigate. And what's interesting is this is the commentary we've been getting. You get comments from Elon Musk posting on X. What's the time? Oh, look, it's no one has been arrested o'clock again. And remember, he famously accused Trump not too long ago of being on the Epstein list. There was conservative activist Laura Loomer who wrote on X, if she doesn't get fired over this Epstein memo, people are going to be so black-pilled. You have influencer Liz Wheeler, who said on the Glenn Beck show, contextualizing all of this seems like unforgivable behavior. So the question becomes, you know, aren't they trying to close the door on investigating anybody else connected with Jeffrey Epstein? Aren't they saying there is no one else?
I think that is what they're saying. Now, so Elon Musk is wrong when he says no one was arrested, right? Because Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested. So it's not nobody was arrested. There may be other people here, but, you know, think about this historically. We don't tend to go after the Johns. We don't tend to go after the people who pay the prostitutes or get the services of sex workers. We tend to go after the workers and the people who facilitate that and the sex traffickers. So the government could be saying, we know there were other people involved, but we're not going to prosecute them because that's not the way we expend our resources. That's not quite the way they're saying it. They're really trying to say more, you know, we don't have enough evidence to charge anybody else. I'm a little skeptical about that, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what went on. Like, it could just be the case that, because they lied about everything, right? He may have just gotten a bunch of underage girls to have sex with himself. I don't know if he really got anybody involved with it.
Now I have to get to the main aspect of this, because this has come up a lot now. So the question now is, does this affect Ghislaine Maxwell? Because how many times have people already made the argument, well, wait a second, she was convicted of sex trafficking, but sex trafficking these victims to who? In other words, if the government is coming out and saying now that there are no other clients, then does it make sense that she was convicted of essentially operating this extensive sex trafficking operation? Let me add a little bit more context to this. You have a political activist named Jack Posevich, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name, wrote on X, if there were no clients, why is Ghislaine Maxwell still in jail? You had podcasters, the Hodge twins, who wrote, Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison for 20 years for sex trafficking kids with Epstein, and the DOJ and FBI just said that there's no client list, he didn't blackmail nobody, and nobody else is getting charged, so they sex traffic kids to nobody? And then you tell me, are those fair criticisms, or is this a misunderstanding of what the criminal trial against Ghislaine Maxwell was about?
I think it's a misunderstanding of what the trial was about, and it's a misunderstanding about how the criminal justice process works. So let me break that down a little bit. She was convicted of sex trafficking based on evidence presented in a month-long trial in court. And apparently that evidence didn't include a client list, because we've never seen a client list. We're now told there is no client list. So it wasn't amongst the evidence that was used against her. She could have sex trafficked only to herself and to Jeffrey Epstein. If the evidence was that she brought underage girls to have sexual relations with Epstein and or with her, that would be enough. You don't need any clients. You don't need anybody else. That is still sex trafficking, and she could have been convicted for that fairly and squarely. So I don't think any client list was necessary to her prosecution, but it wasn't part of her prosecution. And so here's the procedure point I want to bring up. If you are convicted of a crime, you can appeal based on mistakes that happened in the trial, errors of law, the judge did something wrong, the jury did something wrong. You can appeal on that basis.
Yeah,
occasionally, you can seek to overturn a conviction based on newly found evidence. If there's evidence that comes out that all of a sudden demonstrates you're not guilty or points the finger at somebody else, there are mechanisms to go back to court and say, I was wrongly convicted. But that's not this case. You can't go back to court to overturn a conviction because you find out there's evidence that doesn't exist, right? What's the argument?
I guess the argument, if the elements were that she sex trafficked to multiple people, including Epstein, then I think they would have an argument, right? But if the element of a charge was it has to be she sex trafficked these individuals to multiple people, then I think they have an argument. But look, let me read you the specific language. So this is some of the specific language that was used by the prosecution. And when I say specific, I mean, this was very, very deliberate how they said it. So the victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed and abused by Maxwell and Epstein. Okay, no one else. Both of whom knew that their victims were in fact minors. As a part and in furtherance of their scheme to abuse minor victims, Maxwell and Epstein enticed and caused minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences in different states, which Maxwell knew and intended would result in their grooming for and subjection to sexual abuse. As Maxwell and Epstein intended, these grooming behaviors left minor victims vulnerable and susceptible to sexual abuse by Epstein, period. That was it, only person. Maxwell was then present for certain sexual encounters between minor victims and Epstein, such as interactions where a minor victim was undressed, and ultimately was present for sex acts perpetrated by Epstein on minor victims. That's deliberate language right there. They weren't trying to make this a bigger case than it was.
That's right. And that's exactly what I said. This is about trafficking to Epstein and Maxwell, not to anybody else. There's no allegation in what you just read about other clients, and therefore there's no allegation about a client list, and therefore the existence or non-existence of a client list is completely irrelevant to her prosecution and her conviction. The claim in her case was that she trafficked minors who were abused by herself and by Epstein. Evidence was presented to that jury, which they credited and convicted her of. I don't see any way that's getting overturned just based on this latest announcement.
You know, there people might look at it and say, wait a minute, there's no way she could have done it herself. In fact, during her trial, I believe Juan Alessi, who was a house manager, had testified that she directed him, Epstein and her directed him to contact and pick up girls for these massages. So somebody will look at the news and say, again, I don't understand this. How could she operate this sex trafficking operation alone? And maybe again, I'm just playing devil's advocate, could the defense say, well, wait a second, if this news came out before the trial, we would have made the argument, there's no way that one woman could have done all this on her own. The government's case falls apart. We would have presented that defense, and particularly if the government comes out and says there's no third parties. Is that a stretch?
Yeah, I mean, you could have made that. You could have presented that defense anyway. By the way, I don't think that vindicates her to say that there were other people involved. There are loads of cases where one of the conspirators gets tried and convicted and others don't for various reasons.
Probably watch this one tomorrow. Let's see. What is this? Fake.
UX. Now this emulator does not require a lot of system resources to use. It's usually the go-to for a lot of people who just want something to work. FCE UX is very lightweight, it's easy to use out of the box, it has some options that you can play around with a little bit, and it just works. One of the main drawbacks to FCE UX is its emulation accuracy. The standard regular
Dodo, $22. What would you do if you started waking up to this every day at 5 a.m.? Is this a Muslim chant thing? Dude, I'd do everything I could to stop that. Like maybe sue them or something.
If it works, put it on TikTok. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It works!
I don't know if there's a system where they end up getting prosecuted and have to pay that money back. She took all the kids' cuisines. That's not $2,000 worth of food. That's not $2,000 worth of food. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Gamer may not care. However, if you are looking for a very close, also very easy to use, and is more accurate and has more options to configure your settings, then definitely take a look at Mezen. So Mezen, it's the same core actually that runs this, that's in RetroArch that I would recommend using, except this is a standalone program.
I try Mezen. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, man. Just realized Vegan Gains could do a mean Abobo cosplay from Battletoads and Double Dragon. I don't know who the hell that is. Let's see.
While there's no short.
Dodo donated $2. I think they're saying that's $2,000 worth of food per month is what they're saying. Coming to a town in Canada near you. The maximum amount for a single person is $291, but many individuals receive less, sometimes as little as $23. These are set based on household size and are reviewed and updated annually. For example, Washington, D.C., the maximum allotment for a single person is $291. For a family of 4, it's $973. So that's Washington, D.C. Like, it might vary a little bit from state to state, but there's no fucking way these videos of people, oh, I'm getting $3,000 worth of food from food stamps. Like, it's not happening. So maximum is $291 per person. Yeah, there's just no chance. Like, you can also, even if they were getting that amount of food once a week, so 4 times a month, I don't even think that add up to like $2 or $3 grand, like, you know, some of these people are claiming in the videos. Like, it's a lot of food, but food isn't that expensive. It's just not. Like, the amount of money they're getting from food, like, if they're spending that much money per month, like, they could afford a really nice fucking car by the end of the year. What, $3 grand per month?
Did you watch all the new Frank vids and new shorts? I don't think you watched all the shorts.
No, we watched all the shorts. So we watched everything. Thanks for the donation, faggot pussy. Yeah, like, if they're claiming they're getting $3 grand a month worth of food stamps, like, that's fucking $36,000 per year in food alone? Like nobody's getting a fucking Tesla Model 3 worth of food from food stamps. Like, they're just making that up. So it's probably just, you know, bullshit Twitter propaganda, you know, getting boosted by the algorithm and crap. Like, that just sounds way too far-fetched and crazy. So, yeah. That's just silly. Mosque, East London, blasts Islamic music. 5 a.m. Fucking retarded. I don't know what, like, especially if this is happening in the UK. There are so many fucking Karens in the UK. How are these mosques not getting sued to fucking oblivion? Like, unless they're in like really, really poor neighborhoods. I just don't see a bunch of like wealthier, you know, Karen British ladies or dudes just suing them. Minneapolis becomes first large U.S. city to allow Islamic prayer calls over speakers. Jeez.
Do you hear that? And we are not in the Middle East. We're in the U.S. It's Minnesota, Minneapolis.
I'd have to open up my own like satanic temple or something, and I'd try to open it up as close to the mosque as possible. Like, I don't know, I'd do something about it. I'd do everything to just make their lives worse. Like, I think I'd pay for ads posted around the mosque where there's, like, pictures of the Prophet Muhammad. I'd actually go that far. I'm sure there's a bus stop or something where you could hang posters or, like, ads or some shit. So that is annoying as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Okay. Why is that not? It is connected. Okay, maybe that. Maybe that would work. Dodo donate $2. If it were a Christian church doing prayers over a loudspeaker at 5 a.m., would you feel the same way? Yeah. Like, It probably wouldn't annoy me as much, because Islam is just so much worse, but yeah, I mean... Still bad. Not sure if the controller's working. It might not work with US, like the Bluetooth. Maybe that's it. That's weird. still not working. There we go. And I've got it set up for XB. The fuck? How in the hell could he hit me? The fuck kind of bullshit? I can't hit him, but he can hit me? I think there's flies here. Fuck! Fuck you. Back of my head's itchy. I gotta fucking shower. I gotta cut my hair too. This does feel a bit different than the other emulator. Notice the colors are a little different too.
Durian rider, 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 durian rider.
Fuck! Fuck. Yeah, the colors are different. It is definitely emulating the game in a different way. Ugh. Shut up! Alrighty. Oh boy. It's still doing it. Shit, I fucked that timing up. I don't see how I fucked that up.
Turns out it's not the emulator's fault after all. You just suck at the game. Worse than Harley Johnston Durian Rider Jasmine at gaming. Even Jasmine and Durian Rider are better than you at this game. Jasmine sucking Durian Rider off. Harley's John Stone.
I'm not entirely sure.
Ninja 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 ha.
Thanks for the donation, dude. I think I did that one too early. I don't see how the fuck I'm mistiming some of these. It's just... Like, are you fucking kidding me? I just don't see how I could be, like, consistently mistiming it that much.
Gary Yarovsky is doing an hour-long fundraiser with Durian Rider this weekend. Will you watch it? Do you think he's a bad guy now because he's working with Harley Johnston? He's not into your intersectional anti-Durian Rider bullshit clearly. He's based.
That's great. Fuck! Fuck! Oh my fucking god, dude. Bro, this turbo tunnel is fucking horseshit.
How come I'm only allowed to promote Durian Rider when you're gaming? And only certain games?
Fucking dickhead! He made me lose focus.
You know his YouTube channel name?
Shit! Fuck you! Oh my god! Fucking turd. I can't fucking believe that. Hey, Gummy. How's my gum doing? Oh. Kitty wanna come cuddle? Yeah, come cuddle. Good cuddle cat. Fuck! Dude, this... Like, I might as well just give up. Holy fuck, this is bad. How am I doing this badly on the fucking run? Oh my god. It's not even, like, it's not even worth continuing at that point. Fuck you! Eat shit. Oh, fucking eat shit! These different emulators are doing weird different things. The hit detection in this seems worse. And it's also representing colors differently. Yeah, great. Fuck me. Like, what in the fuck is even going on? And enemies are loading indifferently. Oh my god, this is so bad. Is what this bodybuilder here is saying true? I'm surprised he's natty, at least he claims he is.
I'm moving to Vegas to be a fitness influencer.
I don't care. This guy's a retard, and he looks natural. The guy's clearly natural. Thanks for the donation, Apogee. Guy's just a retard. Is he natural? He looks like he's done 10 push-ups before. Great. 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 Fuck! Doesn't make any sense. You know what, fuck it. What are the... I'm loading save states just so I can do that turbo tunnel over and over again. Cause, like, something just seems fucked.
This game takes me back. I remember why my NES controller pad would wear out so fast, cause the amount of force you had to press on the directional pad had to be exact. Try to remember to simplify your movements. I screamed and yelled fuck 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 the same.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, dude. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, why? There's no difference. No difference in my timing, and sometimes it just works. Like, it's inexplicable. Why? There's no there's just no reason for this. It's like a bit just gets flipped. There, and now it works for no reason. And now it doesn't. That was the furthest I've got. And then just inexplicably it stops working. I fucked that up, but and again. Yep. And it, like a bit gets flipped, and it just won't work anymore. Why? Inexplicable.
I mean, he definitely is competing with you on size. Look at the guy and look at you. Check the reps at 725 if you don't believe me on the video,
Moving
bro.
to Vegas to be a fitness.
Yeah, gee, look, he's almost the same size as me. There's like no difference. Oh my god. Yeah, that guy's on steroids. Wow. How could you get a physique like that naturally? That's great, dude. Thanks for the retarded comment. Appreciate the donation, dipshit. Fuck you. It feels entirely random. I have done nothing to like change the strategy or my timing or anything. It's just entirely random whether or not this lets me keep going. Oh my fuck. It's just great. It feels entirely random. Fuck. Like, when I hit the wall, that's just me mistiming it, but the jumps... Wow, it's the furthest we've been. Ah, shit, I just jumped when I shouldn't have.
Just because you are a bit insecure about your vegan diet hence size doesn't mean you have to bash your fellow bodybuilder. He's a good guy, bro. Maybe you two can collab and do a competition on lifting.
I'd never do a collab
his
with that
fighting
retard.
stance if you asked.
I'd never do a collab with that retard. He's an anti-vegan dipshit. Says stupid fucking crap. Thanks for the donation. There we go. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Yeah, and it begins.
Durian rider, 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 durianrider.com. Hey there fucko. You suck at Battletoads. Now punch yourself in the face. Also fuck Muslims, they are the scum of the earth. Ghetto ratchet niggas suck too. Hope they all die. Fuck off faggot.
Alright, thanks for the donation. Come on! This game is just relentless. Fuck! Rigby donate Tiller's fight for Israel if he were drafted to war against Iran, had to back them.
I am not dying for Israel, U.S. government.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Damn it. You didn't answer my question. Can you at least answer the question or react to more of the video? I paid a donation. You didn't ask me a question, dumbass. And I've already seen that fucking video. Somebody sent it to me, dipshit.
You decide you get tired of this shit and don't want a heart attack. Starts at 15:38. Also ban Angelic. She's asking about the D guy.
Battletoads may be the most difficult game for the NES. Here the speeder bike starts, so get ready for it. Now you see that kind of brown line in the upper track? That's where you want to be when you're on the upper part, and slightly below that is where you want to be when you're dodging downwards. You don't want to go all the way to the top or all the way to the bottom ever. You want to stay more towards the middle. That'll make it a lot more easy to dodge the walls quickly. We hit the first checkpoint, so we're doing good. This white ramp you just have to drive over in the center and you'll automatically go over to the next part. Same thing here. Then dodge some walls, hit that little ramp, you'll automatically make it to the other side, but watch out, there's a wall, so you don't want to be in the top there. If you're having trouble...
You don't have to jump? You don't have to jump. I'm a fucking retard. I'm literally retarded. This entire time I've been trying to jump the ramp. That's why it was random.
You have an insane amount on dedicating. I've been watching you struggle with this goddamn tunnel for an hour. Keep it up. I am too invested for you to give up now.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
Nigga.
I wasted all that time. You don't have to jump. Okay, it's hard to tell exactly how much you need to move in the 2D space. Fuck.
You have insane dedication, bro. Thanks for everything.
Thanks for the donation, Cooper Kid. Fuck! I might be getting too tired. I'm too tired. I can't. Okay, well. Now that I know that, I think we can actually beat the fucking game, but I'm just way too fucking drained to keep playing. I'm just gonna keep fucking up, but yeah, we can actually beat the game now that I know you don't have to fucking jump the ramps. Holy shit. Alright, well, we'll try to beat the game tomorrow. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.